All right. All right. How to go on YouTube? The Hutchinson, Kansas Real Band Production here speaking, and I did promise you all outly that there will be a part two of the train DVD outlay I found yesterday. Railroad track across America. We did Dick one yesterday, and today we're doing Dick number two. After we get done with this, I'll be announcing the next train DVD that we'll be doing up next. So here we go. Okay. Um. All right. Okay. Okay then. Okay. Hopefully you guys will be able to see this. All right. And I'll try to read all your comments. Hello there, Dave. How's it going? Good to see you. Alright. Alright, guys. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to turn up the volume so you guys can hear. Alright, here we go. Enjoy the show.
The steam locomotive is one of man's most valuable tools. He uses it to move heavy freight trains and fast passenger trains. In reality, this locomotive is a powerful steam engine mounted on wheels. A cross-section model of a steam locomotive shows us the firebox, the boiler, the largest part of the locomotive, and the many fire tubes passing through the boiler. The throttle valve, the smoke box, the smoke stack, the steam chest, and the cylinder. Hot gases and smoke from the firebox pass through the fire tubes, heating the water in the boiler, through the smoke box, and out the smoke stack. As the water is heated by the hot fire tubes, it expands, changing into steam. The steam collects in the top of the boiler and in the steam dome. The sliding round valve in the steam chest controls the flow of steam through the ports or openings, connecting the steam chest with the cylinder. Steam entering the chest passes around the valve and through a port into the expansion chamber of the cylinder. The valve allows the steam to enter the cylinder first at one end, then the other. As the piston moves back and forth, the steam expands through the exhaust pipe, out the nozzle, and up the stack. The piston is fastened to the end of the piston rod. The other end of the piston rod is fastened to a sliding device called a crosshead. The main rod connects the piston rod with the driving wheel. When enough steam pressure is created in the steam dome, the engineer opens the throttle valve, allowing the steam to flow through a pipe to the steam chest. The steam flows past the valve into the cylinder, where it expands, forcing the piston ahead of it. The steam escaping through the smokestack gives the locomotive its chugging sound. Locomotives are taken to the engine terminal after every trip. They are moved in the engine terminal by an engineer called a hostler. They are stored and repaired in the roundhouse, where they are kept in separate stalls. A small locomotive called a mule or goat is used to move the cold or crippled engine. This one is moving a tender. Roundhouses are so called because of their semicircular shape, which is determined by the curve of the turntable pit. Sand tower stands between the incoming and outgoing tracks of the engine terminal. White dry sand is stored in the tower to fill the sand domes of the locomotive. A valve in the tower is held open by a rope lever. It allows the sand to flow through the pipe into the sand dome. Sand is used for starting locomotives on slippery tracks. It is dumped in front of the drivers from pipes leading down from the sand dome. It is also blown through the fire tube to clean out the soot to improve the draft of the fire box. Oil-burning locomotives fill their fuel tanks from oil penstocks beside the track. The fuel oil is stored in large underground tanks. It is forced into the penstock by air pressure. Some large locomotive tenders hold more than 6,000 gallons of oil. Many locomotives burn coal. Coal is loaded into the tenders from overhead hoppers. Railroad locomotives use about 1/5 of all the coal and fuel oil.
What is it? Huh? What? Uh-oh.
Locomotives use a great quantity of water to produce steam. Water penstocks with swinging spouts stand beside the track. Some locomotive tenders carry more than 20,000 gallons of
you
water.
get better, Allie.
It is necessary to refill them several times on long trips.
Hope you get better, Allie.
After the locomotive has been serviced, it is run onto the turntable and turned around to its stall. The controls for the turntable are in the small cab on the side of the turning platform.
What?
The turntable operator locks the tracks together by forcing a locking bar between the rails. The hostler may not move the locomotive on or off the turntable until the operator motions for him to do so. The turntable operator pilots the locomotive in and out of the roundhouse.
I see.
You can tell my eyes were like red.
I see.
Inside the roundhouse, there are many loud hissing sounds made by steam escaping from valves on the
listen,
locomotive.
Gabe, I gotta go Allie, so I can keep track of the comments.
The smoke escapes from openings in the roof called smoke jacks.
Alright, bye.
When a locomotive is called for duty, the hostler backs it out of the stall onto the busy turntable. It is then turned around to the service track. The turntable is a long platform with a track across its center for the locomotive's wheels. It turns on a central pivot. Each end is supported by a wheel which runs on a track around the bottom of the pit. Some tables are moved by electric motors. Others are turned by gasoline motors. Locomotives must pass inspection before they are allowed to leave the terminal. On the service track, the locomotive is carefully checked by federal inspectors as an added safety precaution. Ladders are used to reach the higher parts of the locomotive. The side rods and other moving parts are tested by ringing them with a small hammer. The inspector's trained ears can tell if they are cracked or damaged by the ring of the steel. When the locomotive has been approved, it is again backed onto the turntable and turned around to the outgoing track, where it will be groomed for its next job. Railroad men are proud of their iron horses. Locomotives and tenders are carefully washed before each trip. Cleaning chemicals are sprayed from hoses. Long-handled brushes loosen the dirt, which is washed away by jets of water. Cleanliness is important to keep the locomotive strong and in good running condition. Sharp, sandy grit and dust that would grind away the metal are washed from the drivers and rods with boiling water. Hot water is used to loosen the oil and grease that holds the grit to the working parts of the locomotive. More than 5 million gallons of water 68,000 pounds of cleaning chemicals and 38,000 gallons of cleaning oil were used in 1 year to keep the locomotives clean at this one terminal. After the locomotive has been thoroughly washed, it is carefully wiped so all weights are used by the wiper to clean and dry the engine. All the moving parts of the locomotive are oiled to make them work smoothly and reduce wear. Each time a locomotive stops, the engineer may be seen going over his engine with a long-nosed oil can. Engineers and firemen become very fond of their locomotives. They give them the best of care. When the locomotive is ready, the engineer climbs into the cab. With a full head of steam, the locomotive will chug out of the engine terminal, all shiny and bright, headed for the train yard.
Alright, all that include that story, Allie. Now we're moving on to the next one. Now we're going to want the railroad and wet war going from 1845 to 1855.
In 1851, New York City officials presented a citation to the Erie Railroad. Resolved that we hail the completion of this gigantic and stupendous work as emphatically the work of the age. Impressive words for a method of transportation still in its adolescence. For the railroad, however, maturity lay ahead. There was a nation to build and a nation to bind. After the 1840s, railroads experienced phenomenal growth. Rail lines had tied together the eastern coastal cities. Now they touched the western waters of Lake Erie and the Ohio and Tennessee rivers, rivers that flowed into the Mississippi. Railroad schedules were forcing people to change their concept of time. On the Pennsylvania Railroad, it took 15 hours to get from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. By stagecoach, the same journey took 6 days. Past the Alleghenies and past the Appalachians lay America's heartland, the prairie, a vast domain stretching for miles. But the tough prairie sod stuck like glue to the iron plows of the first settlers. Then, in 1837, an Illinois blacksmith named John Deere discovered that plows made with steel blades would cut and turn over the rich clay soil. And Cyrus McCormick's new invention, the mechanical reaper, multiplied harvests. Windmills took advantage of the strong prairie winds to pump water and run machines. Now, settlers began to carve out homesteads. In Europe, political unrest. In Ireland, a potato famine. Refugees seeking a new life in a new land came to America. Some took their chances and bought prairie farms. Others became tenant farmers for Western landowners. And in this wilderness, devoid of roads and large rivers, iron tentacles began to spread everywhere. They were the vital link that got the goods to market. Because of their speed and hauling capacity, railroads could move perishable products like milk and fruit, or carry heavy raw materials and manufactured goods between eastern cities and inland settlements. And in the wake of this rail traffic, civilization followed. Railroad towns began to spring up all over. Most had high hopes of someday becoming a major rail junction, like Atlanta or Chattanooga. But most, like Sturgis, Michigan, ended up a whistle stop. In 1850, the federal government gave the Illinois Central Railroad alternate sections of land adjacent to its right-of-way. This land was then sold to settlers. 6 years later, with 700 miles of track, the Illinois Central was the longest railroad in the world. Between 1850 and 1860, about 20 million acres of public lands were granted to railroads. In return for land grants, railroads were required to transport government personnel, property, and mail at reduced rates. For the government, there was another advantage. Only a small portion of its 1.5 billion acres of heartland had been sold, even at the giveaway price of $1.25 an acre. According to one senator, the rest of the land could lay there for 500 years if dependable transportation could not be provided. During this period, the locomotive became more than just a mechanical marvel or a powerful machine. It was taking on style and class. Bright-colored engines, prized by the engineer and a builder's delight, came complete with shiny brass trim and elaborate scrollwork. To 19th century Americans, these gaudy wood burners were pretty enough to set in their parlors. Trains had captured the minds of hard-nosed businessmen. Now, they captured the hearts of the people. The rush and roar of a passing train filled spectators with awe and wonder. What boy did not secretly hope to one day become an engineer or a conductor? A distant blast of the whistle could be the call of destiny, a call to adventure, freedom, and new possibilities. Trains were going farther and farther west, and west was the direction young people were told they ought to go. By the middle of the 19th century, America's frontier had stretched well beyond the Mississippi River. And across the continent, the far west was booming. There was cheap farmland in Oregon and gold in California. By 1855, government survey crews had mapped out 5 railroad routes to the Pacific Ocean. By the late 1850s, tracks had crossed the state of Missouri and reached the western frontier. Back east, railroads continued to grow at an astounding rate. The city of Boston had 7 railroads and 7 railroad stations. And on the shore of Lake Michigan, Chicago, a swampy frontier village of 300 in the 1830s, was now served by 11 different railroads, making it the largest rail center in the nation. But as ribbons of iron began to pull the agrarian west closer to the industrial east, the north and south were torn apart by civil war. For the first time, railroads were involved in large-scale warfare. It was a time of frenzied building and a time of frenzied destruction. Armies supplied by wagons could operate only 100 miles from their base. Any farther, and the teams going and coming would consume the contents of their wagons. Railroads, however, could move troops and supplies at speeds and distances never before possible. Generals on both sides stayed up late, trying to match the rules of war they had learned at West Point with the logistics of the railroad. But between North and South, there were powerful distinctions. The North had nearly 3 times as much traffic, and its equipment, personnel, and material resources were far superior. The Erie and Pennsylvania railroads alone had more locomotives than all of the Confederacy. And even more critical, the Confederacy did not have factories to build new ones. During the war, events like Andrews Raid etched railroads into history books. In April 1862, at Big Shanty, Georgia, 20 Union raiders, disguised as civilians, stole a Confederate locomotive. Their objective? Burn bridges and destroy rail between Atlanta and Chattanooga. Led by their conductor, Southern crewmen pursued, on foot, by handcar, and finally by locomotive. Mile after mile, the chase continued. The close pursuit prevented the Union raiders from carrying out their plans. About 20 miles short of Chattanooga, the general ran out of fuel. All 20 raiders were captured. Andrews and 7 others were hanged. In one of the final campaigns of the war, Sherman's March to the Sea, a rail line nearly 500 miles long, supplying over 100,000 troops. Afterwards, General Sherman said that his extensive campaign would have been impossible without the railroad. At the close of the war, a special train left the capital of the reunited States. The same rails that had carried a victorious president to Washington 4 years earlier now guided his body back home to the plains of Illinois. Abraham Lincoln had fought to keep the North and the South united. In 1862, during grave moments of the war, he had signed into law the Pacific Railroad Act. This act provided for the building of the first transcontinental railroad, a railroad that would soon unite the East with the West.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
This is Midland, USA. West of the Alleghenies, east of the Mississippi. A rolling prairie that was America's second frontier when the Republic was young. When the new nation could not be sure it had the strength to stand, or the will to live. Along this lake that washes the shores of western New York State and a corner of Pennsylvania. On this soil that became the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, history was made. Here America grew to a sovereign nation that drew strength and from the farm, the mines, and the factories of this territory. From Buffalo to Chicago, from Cleveland to St. Louis and Peoria, and such cities as Ashtabula, Erie, Massillon, Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Zanesville, Kokomo, place names that spell America, as dyed-in-the-wool Yankee as corn on the cob, the World Series, and the Hoedown Square Dance on Saturday night. This, then, is the heart of the USA. Rich in fertile soil and the bounty of great harvests. Richer still in the wealth of its subsoil, the coal, and other minerals of infinite variety. And thrice blessed in the vastness of its industrial plants. Factories without number, turning raw materials into finished products for purchase and use throughout the nation. But to give economic meaning and social value to the products of this great region, to turn commodities into dollars, another vital element must always be present. Transportation by rail, keystone in the economic structure of Midland, USA. To move farm produce from the land to the tables of our people. To haul our coal, iron ore, and other raw materials from the mines and shipping docks to our mills and factories. To transport finished products from industrial centers to consumer markets. This has been and is today the job of the Nickel Plate Road. Today, the Nickel Plate Road is inseparably a part of the territory it serves, integrated into the pattern of its industry, its agriculture, and its way of life. For shippers, an originating and terminating line throughout Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and western New York State. A line offering dependable, fast freight service, east and west, through the western gateways of St. Louis, Peoria, and Chicago. And on the east through Buffalo and Pittsburgh Junction, to and from New York and New England, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and the Philadelphia area. For passenger travel, east and west, the most up-to-date diesel-powered train, offering luxurious comfort for sleeping and daytime travel. 6 convenient silver and blue streamlined passenger trains. Gracious living in diner or lounge, with courteous but unobtrusive service when you want it. This is first-class hotel luxury, in convenient service between Chicago and Buffalo, and between Cleveland and St. Louis. Connecting at Chicago and St. Louis for the West and the Pacific Coast, and with through service at Buffalo for New York and other points east. Diversification is the key word for the territory served by the nickel plate. Soybeans, number 2 crop in this territory, and one of the most versatile crops taken out of the earth. Today, almost half of all the soybeans produced in the United States are grown within 25 miles of the road's rail system. Throughout this area, rich and varied natural resources. Clay for pottery, fire brick, limestone, dolomite for furnace and refractory operations, silica and foundry sand. Coal, number 1 subsoil product in the nickel plate territory. From the mines of southeastern Ohio, more than 7 million tons a year. Nickel plate coal moves principally to Ohio, Michigan, and Canadian markets for industrial and domestic use. A considerable tonnage also moves to the company's coal dock at Huron, Ohio, for transshipment up the Great Lakes. Here, a modern electrically operated car dumper loads coal into lake vessels at the rate of a train load each hour. In recent years, millions of dollars have been spent to enlarge the road's coal car fleet and to modernize dock facilities for the handling of waterborne traffic at Huron. The nickel plate ore docks at Huron, servicing freighters from Duluth and other Great Lakes ore shipping centers. Immediately on arrival, anytime during the day or night, nickel plate Hewlett ore unloaders go to work. Each bucket handles 17 tons at every bite, unloading a large ship in a few hours. Within a surprisingly short time, that ore has been way-billed, assembled into trains, and is on its way to iron and steel plants in Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. The nickel plate territory, forming a pattern of industrial enterprise unmatched in any other sector of the country for the value and variety of its products. Iron ore and coal, manufactured iron and steel, agricultural implements, household appliances, machinery and tools, metal stamping, glass and chemical products, paints, varnishes, paper products, livestock, meat packing, food products, and a wide range of farm and dairy products. All these products and many more from the farms, the mines, and the factories make up the highly diversified traffic of the nickel plate road. Products that are picked up at the country stations, the towns, and the big cities, and hustled to the nearest division point to be consolidated into high-speed through trains for delivery to the consumer markets of the nation. Over a system developed for fast, dependable transportation, operating on round-the-clock schedules, moving freight swiftly, safely, economically, in any and all kinds of weather. In cooperation with its eastern connections, Nickel Plate provides for arrival of shipments in Chicago and St. Louis from New York, New England, and the Philadelphia area on the second morning, thus cutting a full day from previous shipping time. Service available for less than carload as well as carload shipments. Eastbound, too, the road's present-day high-speed freight service reflects the train frequency and dependability needed to match the sharpened tempo of American commerce. Let's ride 3 of the many mainline eastbound nickel high-speed trains, one from each western gateway: Chicago, Peoria, St. Louis. Of course, there are just as many westbound trains. Here's PB-12 departing Peoria 2:30 a.m., carrying perishables and other commodities from the west. At the same time, 2:30 a.m., down in the St. Louis terminal, Nickel Plate's ST-96 pulls out with products of the St. Louis area and the Great Southwest, heading north and east. Rolling now at high speed. Through the night, clear track ahead on main line to Frankfort. At 8 a.m., the same morning and every morning, Nickel Plate CB-12 pulls out of Calumet yards in Chicago with meats and packing house products, livestock, citrus fruits, table produce, and a wide variety of manufactured products. 9 a.m., and here comes PB-12 from Peoria, on time, pulling into Frankfort, Indiana, a Nickel Plate main dispatch point. No delay, rain or shine, as switch engines go to work. The yard alive with activity, fast, efficient. 9:45 a.m. and ST-96 in on time from St. Louis. Again, a train broken up. Cars switch, classified according to destination. Some via Michigan City for points in western Michigan, such as Grand Rapids. Some via Toledo or other gateways for Detroit and eastern Michigan. Others for Cleveland, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and North Atlantic states, moving through the Buffalo or Pittsburgh Junction routes. Caboose coupled on. Blast from a 700 engine, and PB-12 pulls out of Frankfort at 10:45 a.m. ST-96 from St. Louis continues to move its traffic through for Toledo and beyond. This is Bellevue, Ohio, main classification and division point of the Nickel Plate Road, handling thousands of cars a day, east and westbound. CB-12 from Chicago, rolling into Bellevue at 5:35 p.m. And again, switch engines and yardmen go to work. Not a minute wasted, not a detail overlooked. Precision machine efficiency in speed and economy of movement. 40 minutes later, at 6:15 p.m., arrival at Bellevue of PB-12 from Peoria and Frankfort. Again, the big job of breaking up a train and switching cars. Again, train reassembly. And 1 hour after arrival at Bellevue, each train is ready to move eastward again. Almost a new train, with some cars dropped for other destinations, and some cars added for destination east via Buffalo. CB-12 and PB-12 are on their way to Buffalo. Rolling through the night via Lorain, Cleveland, Painesville, Ashtabula, Pontiac, Erie, Dunkirk, Buffalo. 2 trains almost together. CB-12 from Chicago, PB-12 from Peoria, with pickup cars from St. Louis, arriving early morning, 4 a.m., to connect with eastern lines for New York, New England, and the Philadelphia area. Time en route from Chicago to Buffalo, distance 508 miles, time 19 hours. From Peoria to Buffalo, distance 647 miles, time 24 and a half hours. From St. Louis to Buffalo, distance 709 miles, time 24 and a half hours. How is such a standard of high-speed freight service attained and maintained? By teamwork and keeping in step with the times. Teamwork among nickel platers, teamwork with shippers, and teamwork with connecting railroads. And of great importance, a comprehensive program of improvement involving expenditure of millions of dollars every year for roadway, bridges, yards, and terminal improvements, radio installation in locomotives and cabooses, and all kinds of mechanical devices, widespread installation of centralized traffic control. All of these and other improvements result in the cutting down of time in transit and the expediting of high-speed freight and passenger service. Traversing one of the most fertile food-producing areas in the United States, the Nickel Plate Road has always been one of the leading grain and table produce carriers of the Midland region. In Cleveland, a notable landmark of the Midland food belt, the Northern Ohio Food Terminal, served exclusively by Nickel Plate, a yard with a capacity for hundreds of cars, acres of steel, brick, and concrete buildings, including huge cold storage facilities. All these comprise an immense trade project that serves as terminal and clearinghouse for 95% of the food supply of the Cleveland metropolitan area. The Niagara Frontier Food Terminal, with comparable facilities, serves the Buffalo metropolitan area, with loading platforms and buildings for hundreds of wholesale grocers and dealers in produce, butter, eggs, and poultry, servicing more than 95% of the population. Nickel Plate strives constantly to reduce freight loss and damage claims. Continuous personnel training in careful handling of freight is part of the program. This emphasis on safe packaging, loading, and stowing even reaches into the shipper's plant to make sure freight is properly handled from assembly lines to consumers. Lading inspection is made available without cost throughout the Nickel Plate area. Serving as a clearinghouse for facts and figures about every city, town, and village on the Nickel Plate system, the Industrial Development Department has been a vital force in the expanding economy of the region. Specialized research and surveys of every kind, photographs and maps of available industrial sites, easy-to-read charts on population trends, climate, public utilities, labor, soil analysis, educational facilities, family life. A complete, many-sided picture of life and work in every community. A job of trend and fact-finding undertaken as a public service. Railroads continue to be an important part of American business, touching the lives of every man, woman, and child. But there is also a marked human side to modern railroading, best expressed in terms of occupational pride and community citizenship. A good railroader is a good citizen of the town he lives in. A good railroad is a good citizen of the region it serves. Nickel Plate has a quiet pride in the civic and business relations it has established with the cities, towns, and villages that line its tracks. Modern railroading is a business built on public contacts. The Nickel Plate Railroad maintains such contacts through its traffic offices in 44 cities throughout the United States. 44 offices staffed by Nickel Plate traffic experts who provide courteous and efficient service to the shipping and traveling public. Every time we help a shipper, every time we help a passenger, every time we punch a ticket, every time we handle a shipment, every time we serve a meal, public impressions are formed of us as railroaders, good, bad, or indifferent. 17,000 nickel platers know this, collectively and individually. They know it means loss or gain of the public's respect, on which depends the prosperity of the company as an operating railroad, and their own security as nickel platers. For today, as always, good public relations means good business. We have had a glimpse of the territory served by the Nickel Plate Road. It is a land good to have been born in, good to come to plant family roots, to establish and develop industry and commerce. This has been the story of that land, Midland, USA, in terms of the work it does and the life it leads. A part of that story, small or large, but we believe a significant part, has been and will continue to be the nickel plate story.
This is the story of the end of steam locomotive operation on the Grays Harbor Line. But before we haul logs on the railroad, let's look at logging. Big timber is felled and bucked in the Camp 3 area of the Wishkah River watershed north of Hoquiam, Washington. Many species are logged. Hemlock is used in our pulp mills. Douglas fir is sold to the local plywood industry. And cedar is made into siding, shakes, and shingles. A modern track loader yards and loads logs along the right-of-way. After the truck is loaded, it leaves for the transfer, and another truck takes its place. The truckloads are transferred to rail cars for the 44-mile train trip to the Tidewater dump. Rayonier's off-highway trucks transfer their load at the forest end of the rail line. These trucks have wider bunks than are permitted on the state highways and can, therefore, haul much larger loads. The Crane Creek transfer was designed and built by Timber Division engineers. The truck moves in under a bridge crane parallel to the track. Bars are placed under the logs, and the entire load is lifted from the truck and placed on the rail car. Steel straps bound around each load prevent the heavier logs from sinking when they're stored in the water. This efficient operation has handled over 100 cars a day. The new Prairie River Bridge is a great improvement over the old piling bridge it replaces, and is one of the many roadbed changes required in the conversion to diesel engines, whose weight is more concentrated than the steam locomotive. This 120-ton Baldwin Mallet was purchased new by the Blodell Donovan lumber mills in 1927 and acquired by Rayonier in 1945 with the purchase of Blodell's Plowham timber operation. This is Camp 14, the oldest logging camp in the Grays Harbor area. The bunkhouses and other buildings are built on rail cars. Back in the old days, to move camp, they hooked everything onto an engine and moved up to new logging areas and lived close to the job. Camp 14 is only in partial use at the present time, but for historical interest, it's one of the show places of the area. Soon it will be abandoned. Loki 38 works hard on a 0.9% grade up Cook Creek Hill on a new bypass which eliminates 2 highway grade crossings and shortens the main line by 2 miles. The 38 is Rayonier's largest road engine, a 130-ton Sierra type Baldwin Mallet built in 1934 and purchased from the Sierra Railroad in California. The large butt logs on these cars are Sitka spruce. The rule book sets an 8-mile-an-hour speed limit across the Hump Tulips Bridge, but apparently the engineer has forgotten. On Axford Prairie, another major track relocation has been completed, with 100 and 110-pound steel replacing the old 60-pound rail. .38's beautiful and distinctive whistle was truly a trademark of an era. On a cold winter morning, Loki 38 works pretty hard on this section of track, as there is a slight adverse grade. Extensive construction efforts were necessary in preparing this line for diesel operation. Many items of heavy equipment were used during the construction of the Cook Creek and Axford Prairie bypasses. But times have changed. When this railroad was first built, it was done with hand picks, wheelbarrows, Bagley scrapers, Fresnos, and teams. This is engine 14 again, and on this particular day, she's being used on a gravel train. The gravel is spread on the newly constructed grade to form a firm foundation for the tie. Two trains meet at the Hump Tulips River passing track. All engines are equipped with two-way radios and follow dispatcher's orders broadcast from railroad camp. Engine 70 is also on the gravel run. She is a saturated steam 70-ton Baldwin Mikado type built for the Folsom Logging Company in 1922. When number 70 was built, she was a big logging engine, but compared to the replacement diesels, she is a mere toy. Until completion of the new Prairie River Bridge, Loki 38 hauls logs over the old piling bridge. Prairie River normally looks like a small creek, but when warm rain melts the snow, runoff is high and it becomes a raging torrent, needing a substantial bridge to guard against the stream taking the grade away. Delivery of the first diesel locomotive marks the beginning of the new era on the Grays Harbor line. Rayonier's Railroad has no physical connection with the Northern Pacific line serving Grays Harbor, so engines must be barged up the Hoquiam River and put onto the company line. It doesn't snow much or often in Grays Harbor, but when it does snow, it snows. The end of the line is on the river, yet it's still close enough to Grays Harbor to be affected by the tides. The barge is properly spotted on a grid and held in position while the tide recedes enough for the barge to settle onto the grid, so the rails on the barge can be connected to those ashore. Loki 38 is ready and waiting to pull the diesel engine from the barge when the connection is made. The rail connection will be made as soon as the barge drops another inch. Now everything is ready, and the Mally pushes her idler cars down to hook up with the diesel and pull her off the barge. And off she comes onto the Rayonier line, as ordered. One 1,600 horsepower Baldwin engine, weight 165 tons. That man in the white coat, heaving a sigh of relief, is a representative from our insurance underwriters. Except for occasional sunny moments, 38 hauls the new diesel into railroad camp through a continuing snowfall. And the master mechanic has had a cold first ride on the diesel. Loki 38 is uncoupled from this interloper that will soon take over its duties. Engine 14 moves up to push it into its berth at railroad camp for servicing. Silent sentinels, the 90 and the 120, stand forlornly in the cold. March 31st, 1962, the day the steam engines, represented by the 90 and the 38, make their symbolic last run, and the new diesels are dedicated. Visiting dignitaries, including the State Land Commissioner, State Forester, and other state and company officials, will ride in the cab of the 90 on her last run. Feather bedding, perhaps. The pre-dedication publicity mentioned that the State Land Commissioner would be the engineer on the 90 for her last run. And here her regular engineer, who apparently took this statement literally, dismounts with a worried look on his face to find out if this is true. Had he not been assured that his hand would be at the throttle, he probably would not have climbed back on the engine. The executive vice president of Rayonier mounts the 90 for her last run. One blast on the whistle and away for her final run up the hill. The 90 is a Baldwin Mikado type 90-ton superheat engine, which gives her a sharp staccato exhaust. To Rayonier officials, this is a memorable day. Over 3,000 people turned out to pay their respects to these fine old engines that are ending their years of service on the Grays Harbor line. The small fry have quite a day for themselves, too, as they're permitted to spend a good deal of time on the engines. An occasion such as this would not be complete without some words of tribute being paid to these engines for their many years of service to the company. Words echoed in silent tribute from the rail buffs looking on. The words of praise are over. Old number 90 is unhooked from her train and run into a siding as the new diesel 90 moves in and takes over. The new number 90 heads for the Hoquiam River log dump with her first cargo, a large load of Douglas fir logs, and a brand new caboose. Nellie 38 has been waiting about a mile down the grade for the 90 to leave the dedication site. She is not used to stopping on a hill and had a little trouble getting started up the grade. But being a tough old girl, she brings her 50 cars to a halt alongside the dedication stand. Camera fans not missing a turn of her wheel. A small boy, already a real rail fan, complete with engineer's cap, watches the last day of steam. Old 38 is being relieved of her duties, and Diesel 45 takes over. The new 45 is numbered after a little 45-ton Baldwin 262 engine built for the Folsom Company in 1906, and now on permanent display in Last Spur Park in Hoquiam. With the dedication ceremony over, Railroad Camp is open to visitors, and the 8 steam engines still in company service are on display. Each locomotive receives careful inspection from hundreds of fans wishing to preserve some memory of the event, and a local camera shop reports the highest film sales in any week in its history. Refreshments are served while fans wander freely wherever they choose, inspecting and photographing their favorite railroad equipment. $120, $111, $110, the 2 spot, $70, $38, $14, $90. Beautiful souvenirs of a bygone age. The fantastic, roaring, hissing, earth-shaking, horse-scaring monsters of steam railroading are now all shuffled into the boneyard of history, along with the horse cavalry and clipper ships. But they are not forgotten. From old-timers who know steam lokies from their own experience, to future generations who must come to love them through the perspective of time, they remain priceless, revered symbols of a dynamic age, an age of growth and progress and challenge, an age that was railroading. From Chicago, on the shores of Lake Michigan, the California Zephyr travels to San Francisco over the lines of 3 railroads. From Chicago to Denver, it's a Burlington train. At Union Station in Chicago, passengers board the Zephyr. The schedule has been planned, so you go by some of the nation's most spectacular scenery during daylight. The stainless steel cars of the California Zephyr were built by the Buck Company. 5 of these are Vista Dome cars, affording passengers an unobstructed view along the way. The scenery at first is gentle. You see the cornfields of Illinois. Soon, you reach the broad Mississippi River, which the Zephyr crosses on a half-mile-long bridge as it approaches Burlington, Iowa. Meals are served in a 48-passenger diner that is equipped with an air curtain, eliminating cooking odors. That evening, you'll see people in the Vista Domes enjoying the moonlit countryside and watching the signals flash. You can have a snack just before bedtime in the buffet lounge. That night, you sleep on a foam rubber mattress at 90 miles an hour. The train has private bedrooms like this one, semi-private sections, roomettes, and 3 reclining Vista Dome chair coaches. Early the next morning, on entering the Burlington's Denver yards, the Zephyr goes through the car washer. Vista Domes are scrubbed, for the most spectacular length of railroad in the United States is ahead. A Burlington diesel switcher pulls the train backward into Union Station, Denver. At Denver, the Denver and Rio Grande Western takes over from the Burlington, and a Rio Grande diesel-electric locomotive replaces the Burlington locomotive that hauled the train from Chicago. Here, the California Zephyr enters Rio Grande tracks. The train begins climbing almost before leaving the Denver city limits. And as the train climbs the front range of the Rockies, passengers take seats to watch. From Denver, itself 1 mile high, the train moves up through short tunnels. Past breathtaking views. Up to 6,000 feet. Around sweeping curves, up to 7,000 feet. Climbing, climbing, climbing up the Colorado Rockies. Up to 8,000 feet. Up to 9,239 feet above sea level, and the Moffett Tunnel, over 6 miles long, through the Continental Divide. And then the train starts down, gradually down, past lakes, 1.5 miles high. Down into the wild, narrow, deep gash that is known as Gore Canyon. Geologists claim Gore Canyon was once an arm of the Pacific Ocean. In Glenwood Canyon of the Colorado River, the east and westbound California Zephyrs meet and pass. 6 complete trains are necessary to provide daily service in both directions between Chicago and San Francisco. Of some 70 cars making up these 6 trains, ownership is divided by the 3 railroads, substantially proportionate to their mileage. Lonesome Ranch. And the primitive beauty of the wide open spaces. Late the second evening out of Chicago, the Western Pacific takes over at Salt Lake City for the last lap of the trip to San Francisco. That night, the Zephyr crosses western Utah and all of Nevada. The next morning, the train enters the Sierra Nevadas in California, and for 118 miles follows a corkscrew route through the beautiful Feather River Canyon. At Williams Loop, the California Zephyr crosses a viaduct through which it will pass but a moment later. One of the engineering features that gives the Western Pacific its 1% maximum grade through the Sierras. Here are blue waters, a deep gorge, foaming rapids, and forests of pine and spruce. In the Feather River Canyon, numerous bridges crisscross the river and each other. The train crosses a high bridge, then circles under the highway bridge at the point known as Twin Bridges. Out of the Feather River Canyon, on toward San Francisco, the train moves across the last flatlands to Oakland Mole or Pier. From Oakland, over 2,500 miles from Chicago, passengers leave the California Zephyr to cross by ferry one of the largest landlocked harbors in the world, San Francisco Bay. The Bay's islands, its hills, its bridges, its entrance to the sea, the Golden Gate, and the skyline of San Francisco itself. All these mean that the magnificent scenery along the Zephyr's route does not end until the trip itself is over.
Another great story. All right, everyone. Now on to the freight train. Everybody.
There goes the fast freight train from Kansas City to Chicago. 1 mile of freight cars passing day after day by this gate, right on time. Let's go back a few hours to the freight yard at Kansas City. It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Good old Kansas City, you guys.
The conductor and the rear brakeman have orders to report for duty on the Chicago Freight number 40. The conductor is the captain of the train. The yardmaster brings him a list. That's all there is of our train at 8 a.m. Just a list filled with numbers. Numbers telling which cars are scheduled to leave for Chicago at 9:30 this morning. Each freight car has a number on its side with the name of the company which owns it. And each whole train has a number instead of a name, like our fast freight number 40. Other trains have brought cars to this yard from all over the western United States and Canada. Now they are still strung together, and the ones that are to go to Chicago on number 40 must first be unscrambled. This man has the job of separating cars for all trains. To do this, he orders the cars to be pushed up this hill called a hump. When they are over the hump, the cars roll downhill all by themselves. On the hump, a man separates one car from another by pulling out the pin which holds them together. On their way over the hump, all cars pass above an inspection pit. Strong lights show the bottom of cars. If the inspector finds anything wrong, he squirts white paint on a wheel as a sign that the car must go to the repair shop. 2 tech cars for number 40. And 2 cars go down the tracks together. The switch and brakeman watches from another tower. He can see 56 tracks branching out like fingers of many hands, each track for one train. One track is for freight train number 40 going to Chicago. With a flick of his wrist, the man moves a switch, and the heavy gondola swings to the Chicago track. Now he pushes a button. A car filled with plate glass rolls down from the hump. The huge claws grip the wheels and slow them down. The car stops for a moment and then coasts along at just the right speed. Another touch on the button. Another car is slowed down and switched to the Chicago track. A Fruit Express car follows the others on its way to Chicago. Next comes a load of steel pipe for train number 40. And a piece of machinery from Texas, traveling back to Chicago for repairs. Men in other towers move other cars to other tracks. All cars move at just the right speed, so that they will touch the next car without damage to its load. A brakeman couples together the cars for our train. There they are, a long line of freight cars strung together according to the numbers on the conductor's list. But this is not yet all of number 40. Here are some more cars for our train. In the icing dock, a machine fills the refrigerator cars with crushed ice so that the fruit and vegetables from the Rio Grande Valley and from California will stay fresh for the markets in the east. It's past 9 o'clock. A switch engine is ordered to pull number 40 to the station for departure. There it goes to the departure track. In another part of the yard, the front brakeman, the engineer, and the fireman check the time and board the road engine. The conductor receives his last orders. The front brakeman pilots the diesel engine to the departure track at the freight station. From the bridge, the conductor can see the engine hooking up to our train. And there comes the caboose, where the conductor and rear brakeman ride. Finally, number 40 is complete. Between 8 o'clock and 9:30, a mile of freight cars were all sorted out and put together. Every wheel and every brake is checked before the train leaves. Inspection's over. This man inspected the front part of the train. Fast freight number 40 for Chicago is all ready for the trip. The engineer takes over. Slowly, he starts the long line of cars rolling. The front brakeman sits at the window of the engine cab and looks to the rear. That's how he checks the train during the trip. The conductor jumps on the train last. He signals, "I'm on," and the engineer knows that it's safe to increase speed. The sign reads 15 miles, and 15 miles reads his pedometer. Green light means go, and the engineer shifts to higher speed. Meanwhile, the conductor settles down in his office in the caboose to check his travel documents and read his orders. Freight train number 40 is carefully winding its way through the many tracks that lead out of the freight station. Up on a special seat in the caboose, the rear brakeman keeps watch. By radio telephone, he can tell the engineer when the rear end of the train has passed a curve or a trestle. Then the train can pick up speed again. The engineer keeps his eye on the road all the time, and his ears alert for any warning, like now. Signal crackers. Repairmen put them on the track to tell the engineer to slow down. You see why? While number 40 speeds eastward, another freight train is on its way west from Chicago. Mile after mile, station after station pass by swiftly as our train travels at a maximum speed of 60 miles. Again, the engineer slows down to 20 miles an hour. It's not safe to hurry across a bridge. But as the last car leaves the bridge, the engineer speeds up again. Soon the freight train arrives at its first stop. The engineer switches over to a side track, and a passenger train pulls into the station. The conductor steps out to watch for the head signals. 1 minute later, the passenger train pulls out of the station. Here's the signal. Now the Chicago freight can follow the fast passenger train on the same track. The engineer calls the brakeman, who's a mile away at the other end of the train. Let me know when we've passed the crossing, he asks. Fast freight number 40 is picking up speed again. A mile of freight cars, over 100 of them, passing this gate day after day at the same time, carrying freight from many parts of the country to the big markets of Chicago and the industrial East.
All right, here we go.
Railroad man's got a pretty good job. It's hard work, rough hours sometimes, but when you're through, you've done something. Something's moved. I'm on the go all the time, you know. I'm not got a shift from 8 to 4 every day, and I know that's where I'm going to be today, tomorrow, and the next day, and I like to be on the move. But the people, a lot of people don't realize what a man's got to go through to work on the railroad. We don't have the best job in the world. We're out in all kinds of weather, and we work under all kinds of conditions. We've got a whole lot of hardships to go through with. We got on a car and started shoving to North Dallas, and it was freezing. And we shoved 5 miles, and when we got off the top of the car, our clothes was froze. Cold, hot, sleet, snow, rain, don't make the sunshine, don't make no difference. Man, you have to be there. If you don't be there, be at the right place at the right time, that's just too bad. What makes railroad men different is because they feel that they're individuals. You make a trip or you do a shift in the yard, there's nobody there performing right on top of that. And when you're finished your shift or your trip, you feel, well, okay, I've done what I'm supposed to do and I've gone home. The job makes you feel as if you're an independent individual. You like change, you like to be doing something different all the time, working at different hours. Well, I started on the Great Northern in Avon, Montana, about 14 years ago. I worked 3 summers for Canadian Pacific on wheat rushes out the prairie. Then I quit railroading for about a year. Then after I came down from California, I couldn't hire out there. I came over to Arizona and started with Santa Fe, and I've been here ever since. I like it. This is my main reason for being here, and I like this part of the country by now. Oh, I just plan to stay about a month and make one good check, and I've been here ever since. That's the damn truth. I got to go. Well, you got to go. We've got a common find, something that brings you together. Yeah, we spend a lot of lonely hours together away from home waiting for the next freight back. And we don't even get paid for it. Yes, and it's that, but you have something in common. There's only the one thing the railroad man knows to talk about. That's railroading. Well, he was in the middle of changing clothes, and all he had on was his long underwear. So he decided, well, would nobody see him, so he'd just hop off of the caboose and line the switch in his long underwear. Well, the passenger train came by, and he was so big that we went right on through the pass, and he couldn't get to the caboose. And we left him in this country. Left him come out in the country in his underwear. Closer this conductor would get to his caboose to get on, faster the train went. When the train caboose went by this conductor, well, it was going so fast he couldn't get on. And he was hollering at this brakeman. He said, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." He's wanting to pull the air on the train, you know. Instead of the brakeman pulling the air, he just bailed off and stayed with him. Well, he didn't leave him. He just bailed off and stayed right there with him. I defy any man to work on railroads and not look at an old-time steam engine and not feel a kind of a nostalgia for what was, and there's a sort of thrill to it all. You just have to stand up for those old steam engines all the time, and you just stand there and just shake. You just shake your insides out of it. That's the way it was. That's exactly the way it was. Kind of get that smell of that cinders and the smoke when it started off, and the huffing and the puffing, and you felt like you were doing a man's job. I miss the whistle on the steam engines. They were a lot more colorful than the air whistle that we have on the diesel. Practically all the old timers, they had I think a lot different way of blowing the whistle. Each one of them kind of had his own way of pulling the whistle. It was a beautiful sound, especially in the early morning when the sun was just rising. And as we used to make the comment, some of the old boys could play a tune on that whistle, you know, and it was colorful. And I think we have lost something about it. I think it had its place in life. These people in the freight yard, they didn't have the business that we had, the passenger service, and all of a sudden, in about 10 years, it changed. We lost so much business, and the work so declined that here we were in the reverse. We were trying to affiliate with them. On some railroads, you'll find that they do give you this good service and are interested in passenger business, but as a whole, not any of them interested in it anymore. All the railroad really has to offer is service, and if they don't give good service, why they don't get the business. And those that do go by train and like to travel by train, they have a hard time making connections, and their personnel isn't the best in the world. When you go up to buy a ticket or when you get on a train, you might get some old grouchy conductor who thinks he owns the railroad, which he don't own one bit of it.
Well, they have, later the other day in the paper, said they have 15 trains going and coming in the terminal now. We used to have 86 or 88 back in those days.
Well, they discontinued them at the old Erie Depot. Well, now, your tour duty now, you have to switch the mail hall and 26th Street.
Yeah, our shed is the biggest job. The mail hall is very easily satisfied. Not much switching there. Very easily satisfied, and they don't worry about the mail like they used to. We started, they used to worry about the mail being on, but they don't worry anymore. You can put it in there whenever you feel like it.
I recently had occasion to get through the depot, and my observation was sort of upsetting, and in fact it was startling. I've been away from there for a couple of years, and
while going through the courtyard, especially where there had always been so much activity, I noticed that many of the tracks have been taken up. Small repair shops, machine shop and so forth, those are all abandoned. The whole thing seemed to be in a state of disrepair. On number 9 track, there was 9 or 10 dining cars, and the thought occurred to me, good Lord, business must be picking up. And then I observed that the numbers had been marked out. They were no longer in service, had probably been shipped for scrap or sold to some Latin American country for their services.
There's nothing left today. 5-6 years ago, I had so many cars in that coach when I was on that job that I'd have to take cars out of there, grab a track loader, run them up on the lead to make room for cars coming out of the depot, to make room in the depot for cars that were coming in off the trains. I've got so much room today, I don't know where the hell to do it.
Whether they want to do away with the place or not, why, that's what we don't know.
We don't understand it. We can't figure out why. We're switchmen. We don't run this railroad. We just don't know where the hell the cars are going to, where the trains are going to.
The railroads seemed like they decided at some point there was more money to be made hauling things and hauling people. And then and there, it seemed like they just decided to hell with people, you know. Johnny and me seen the handwriting on the wall, and we got out a messenger.
Everybody, stop here. Put the cabins back on 16. Go back 3 to 2.
Those trains, they don't put themselves together, not by a long shot.
When we go to work, we know we give them a good 8 hours work. And then they've called us feather bedders and put a big campaign on it and had the Madison Avenue boys publicize it until we have a hard time living down that name. Everybody you meet calls you a feather bedder, and it always rubs the fur the wrong way.
You go home and you say, well, I didn't have to do too much today, and this is what the public thinks, that you don't do anything and you're getting paid all this money for doing nothing. I think we've gone too long accepting the fact that we're unskilled labor, because once we're trained, we're not unskilled, because you don't learn it in 6 months. You don't learn it in a year.
Funny thing, you're useless until it comes up time to strike the railroads. And all of a sudden, the government discovers you're so almighty important, the country can't run without you, and wham! Injunction.
They should stop and think about the millions of dollars that the railroad spent advertising feather bedding and educating the general public against the railroad man, which lowered his character, not only in the light of the layman out here that doesn't understand railroad work, but in your own neighborhoods where you used to be known as Mr. Lucas or Mr. King or Mr. Henderson or Mr. Benningfield, even the least kid in the neighborhood, all of that comes with feather bedders.
Anybody knows that you can get more work done with 3 men than you can with 2 men. And it is a much safer practice with 3 men.
Well, look at it right now. You got no firemen. There's no firemen on the side. So how are you gonna pass signals to the target unless you got a man on the leading car and you're on the top of the other car? You can't do it. Yeah, more men, so you can relay signals.
I was walking across the top in the dark, checking for handbrakes, and I started to step across. There was no catwalk. The roof of the car was smooth and frosty, and I slipped and fell. I could have gone right off the top of the car on the ground and got hurt.
Well, you get down badly hurt.
The day that I came off, I just about killed myself, too. I saw you in the East End there, flat on his back. Came down like that, right down on his back.
I mean, the job's fine, but not to get hurt over.
That's a long way down. There isn't a man on the railroad that hasn't come close to dying. More than once.
They preach safety, but just see how much safety there is in the yard. It is a death trap. You could kill yourself at any instant.
Hey, all right, tires. Thank you. We got some slow orders down here. We got a We got a slow order down there at that 73. Well, if they ever get that overpass finished down there, get tired of slowing down for them. And then we got a slow order down there at 10:30 a.m. between milepost 104 and milepost 103. Okay. I got a dinner. I believe we've got a little smoke over here on my side. But you look over there, it might be blowing over your side now. This clear here. Yeah, and a little smoke. That's not a hot box for me. Worth hot box, worth great sick. So we better stop and inspect it. Let's stop now. We got a hot box up here, about 3 cars. The boom show here. So with that last thing, doctor this thing, and then I think we can go on in, okay?
They got these hot box detectors, see? And they're supposed to be automatic. But just the same, you better keep your eye open. Because you don't want a derailment caused by hot boxes that didn't get automatically detected.
We'll pour water on it, guys. Pour water on it. But you're going to have to cool it down a little bit or it ain't going to go. Here's enough right now. Let's get some water until there.
We do have a dangerous job. And it used to be where if you were a switchman, you had to pay a higher rate of insurance than pretty near anybody else. And that's why the VLRT started their own insurance so that the men could have insurance without paying this high rate.
Officers and members of WA Range Lodge number 425, the duties of my office require me to preside at all meetings of this lodge, require strict compliance to the Constitution and general rules, that the business of this lodge may be conducted in a manner looking to the best interest to the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen. That each have bow reverence to the supreme ruler of the universe, while the chaplain invokes the divine blessing. Most holy and holy of God, the great ruler of the universe.
The Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen has been greatly responsible for many improvements in our agreements, but many of our young men who are coming into railroading today are stepping into this, and they think it's gravy, and they think it was given to them by the carriers and the companies. There doesn't seem to be a great drive among the brothers. Nobody seems to have any interest in it.
The thing is, the guys themselves, they don't want to do it. There's no drive.
They seem to be all stale.
They're too fat. Everybody's too fat.
So the young men hiring out today have no realization of what the hell has gone on before them. So they don't care. They automatically think that they're entitled to these things. Well, you're not entitled to them. Somebody fall on the house with these conditions, you should respect them.
Well, the way a lot of the older guys talk, you'd think they own a union, and they don't. Sure, it was tough in the old days, and a lot of guys got killed to get where we are. But no good now talking about 50 years ago. The problems we've got today, we have to solve today. Griever, he says. What'd you call him that for? Why'd you call him shop steward, like in any other union? Well, sir, I says, We call him Griever because on the railroad he gets nothing but grief.
Is there any way we could get a footbridge put across there? Either that or we gotta walk clear down the Freedom Station and back up around to find them switches over there.
Well, they sure don't want you crawling over cars. They preach safety. That's an unsafety practice.
It's an unsafe practice, but if you take time to walk down around, then you're killing time. You're not doing your job right.
Well, perhaps that's the answer then. Just take your time. The longer it takes, the better chance you got of solving your problem.
The only way I see to do it is just walk down around because crawling over those trains is a hazard.
You ain't got no way on. They're going to start shoving or pull the track or what's going to happen.
We don't know there's road engines on some of them trains when you go crawl across them.
And if you get hurt, they'll hang you.
Stand for Griever? I said, what do you think? I got rocks in my head?
And some men bring up new grievance every day. They're real geniuses when it comes to finding grievances.
Time and a half that they are working, and then put an additional time.
I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like the amount of time it takes to get a grievance settled.
That's right. We got cases anywhere from 1 to more than 5 years old, but as long as they're pending before the adjustment board, we can't do anything but wait. I mean, under the Railway Labor Act, we can't even take a strike vote.
Something I think in the future that's got to be brought into B of RT contracts and hasn't been is the training on the head-end brakeman. Here he goes making his first or second trip. He doesn't know where he's going, what he's going to do, he's just going. I had a student with me the other day, and he's been working for 3 weeks. The only signal that he knew was the sign to go and eat.
Well, I think they're pulling some short practice on that. RS was up at 4:40, and they ordered that extra crew out at 4:15, 25 minutes before our rest. I don't think that's right, do you?
The laws are too complicated. You gotta have a local chairman who really knows his stuff. And even then you wait forever before the carriers give up anything.
You can't be president of the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen by sitting behind a desk in Cleveland, and you'd better not try. You've got to get out on the ground, find out what the complaints are, and try to do something about them then and there. If you can't, you try to send an officer in there to correct them. And it's nothing unusual for them to call you at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll admit it's rather provoking, but I consider it part of my job. So they go in for a raise on those kind of jobs on the annual pay that they make as a bricklayer, as a plumber, or as a carpenter. So we've got to go in on what our annual take-home
I
pay
called
is,
them,
or
it
what
was
our annual
for,
pay is.
they got the tire in, but the part for the radio didn't come in, so we're hoping that it will be in tomorrow, and when it gets here, we'll call it back.
Oh, okay.
They'll bring the car down.
Alright.
I don't mind doing it.
Yeah, I'd like to get back on the issue, if I can, of safety. Now, safety in most of the yards that we have here in Chicago region, particularly one at 63rd Street yard there. Now, we had a lot of injuries over there. They pull off the rider right and clear out, but that still haven't stopped the issue of accidents and that. They got one utility man, I think, on one trick, and he's supposed to cover all 42 tracks down there.
I'm also a member of the safety committee a lot, 225, and I've had many complaints from the brakemen and conductors that perform services there. And in between the tracks, the company does not clean up the rubble. They do not clean up the various objects of debris. There's dung and all kinds of things that come out of stock cars. There's unsafe and slick conditions. Your field man, when he goes down there, is constantly like that. He won't even sprinkle sand or anything over it.
I would suggest this, and I used to do it myself. I would write him a letter and be on record with him. Tell him if someone could get seriously injured or killed, I'd write him a letter on the condition of the yard and tell him someone could get seriously injured or killed, and at the same time, I'd keep that record. If you give the dates and figures to your local chairman when this happens, I'm sure he can correct some of it.
I'm sure of that.
Well, it's not like that. It's a one point blank question. Do we have to go to work shorthanded?
Well, I'm going to answer you like
Yes or no?
I'll answer you. Case, I'll give you the number of it. The man got up and said that he didn't have to go to work shorthanded and asked the general chairman that. He said, no, you don't. But they're going to fire you for it. Now, if you've got guts enough and time enough, we'll get you back and pay you for it. Now, you, me, or nobody can tell you they can't fire you. The only thing we can do if they fire you unjustly is make them pay you for it. Now, that's how simple it is.
Well, is it unjustly to go to work shorthanded?
I'm telling you, you don't have to, but they'll fire you.
Well, you're the president.
I told you.
Concrete statement, yes or no?
I told you.
You haven't said yes
I
or no.
told you, you don't have to, but they'll fire you.
Huh?
They'll fire you for insubordination.
In other words, we have no backing from the
Yes, you
union.
do. You have backing from the union, but you also got laws, you got a Railroad Labor Act, and you got court decisions that's already been decided on this.
Well, the only thing I know is if I was the president of the union, I would automatically tell my men what they had to do or wouldn't have.
I think I've told you what that is.
You told me I have to go to
I
work.
told you if you are going to work or get fired for insubordination. Now, can you hear me plain?
If I go to work and get fired.
All right, now, let's face the issue. I don't care who you are or where you come from. It's never been a union in existence that could keep a company from firing man. Never has yet. So that's my job to keep up with it. But the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen has made them pay them for firing more men than any union in the United States. And I can back it up.
We call it the fire hole. If you ever see it, you'll never forget it. But that's progress, I guess. Get rid of the old, make way for the new.
I believe the railroads are going through a big change, and eventually they will come back.
Between the government pushing and the Brotherhood pulling, maybe the railroads will get moved into the 20th century yet. The carriers may not care about passengers, but the government does, and the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen does. Now, if you'd asked me 5 years ago, I'd have said passenger had no future. Not today.
You think the railroads don't belong in the jet age? Take a look at that new turbo train.
When you look at the problems city people have getting to and from work and how the cities are growing, you can see a great future for passenger service. Seems like everybody can see it, but the railroads.
They could compete with the airplanes if they wanted to, because there are a lot of people that don't like to ride planes, and there is a certain thrill about riding on a train.
Let's just put it this way, we're living better today than we're enjoying a better salary, we're enjoying better working conditions, better safety features, and they are trying to improve it all the time.
It's going to, not someday, the man in the future is going to have a lot better job than I got.
I think that is their goal, to improve our jobs, and they have. We've come a long way, and we're still moving.
is Illinois, mighty heart of a mighty nation. One of the great industrial workshops of America. One of the great trading centers of the world. A state blessed with a wealth of natural resources. And with good earth in which to grow bountiful crops. This is Illinois today. This was Illinois 100 years ago, a barren prairie wilderness, virtually cut off from the rest of the world. Then the railroads came. Here was the key that unlocked the great natural resources of Illinois and transformed it into a thriving agricultural and industrial commonwealth. Railway transportation created towns and cities, extended production lines to the markets of the world, and gave Illinois a dozen vital transportation centers, including the transportation hub of the nation, Chicago. And it's a thrilling fact that railroad progress had been built upon private capital under the American way of free enterprise. This is Illinois today, throbbing with progress. And for the railroads of Illinois, progress has one meaning: to serve people better at lower cost per ton mile. Progress is the keynote of the Research Center of the Association of American Railroads, located in Chicago on the campus of the Illinois Institute of Technology. This is the nationwide center of a continuing program of research and development, which, since World War II, has brought about a technological revolution in railroading second to none in American industry. Most familiar sign of this revolution is the diesel locomotive, with its increased speed, its power to pull longer and heavier trains, to save time in starts and stops, and to operate continuously with virtually no time lost for repairs and service. In 1946, only 10% of rail traffic was being moved by diesels. Today, diesels haul 98% of all rail passengers and freight. Diesel power has made it possible to lengthen freight trains an average of better than 20%, and to increase the gross ton miles hauled per train hour by nearly 40%.
Yeah.
This increased operating efficiency has produced a large part of the money with which railroads have been able to make other improvements. For example, since World War II, 700,000 freight cars have been placed in service, including piggyback cars that relieve congestion on public highways by moving the huge trucks on intercity hauls. Passenger trains are continuously being modernized to provide greater comfort and speed and superior service. Many new types of mechanical equipment have been developed to ensure faster, safer handling of goods in shipment. Equally great advances have been made in methods of maintaining and improving road beds to give bigger and faster trains a smoother ride than ever before. Nerve center of rail operation is traffic control. Each train's position is indicated by a pilot light on the board, and simple finger movements control hundreds of switches so trains can proceed on schedule with speed and complete safety. Since World War II, nearly 25,000 miles have been added to the lines controlled from centralized traffic control centers. The modern wonders of electronics have gone to work for the railroads. Microwave radio, radar, and television all have their place in the intricate system of communications by which the railroads conduct their far-flung operations. A classification yard is a miracle of automation. This is where freight cars are received, sorted, and made up into new trains. Here, by simply pushing a button, the operator routes cars one after another to the correct classification tracks. If a car should be rolling too fast, it's automatically slowed down by retarding the grip its wheels. This is progress, new means of serving people better at lower cost per ton mile. Since World War II, the railroads have spent an average of $1 billion a year, every year, on modernization. Railroads mean many things to the people of Illinois, and to thousands of our people today, they mean jobs. Just to keep this one freight yard going gives work to 125 men, and that's just a drop in the bucket. The jobs of a good many railroaders are well known, because these are the men you see when you ride a train. But for every trainman, there are 4 or 5 men and women working behind the scenes. Doing what? Almost everything. There are welders and radar technicians, pastry chefs and punch card operators, machinists and research chemists, drivers and accountants, lawyers, linemen, sweepers, and elevator operators. You name the job, and it's on the railroad's payroll. A payroll that amounts to $575 million a year right here in Illinois. In the Prairie State alone, the railroads employ more than 110,000 people, more than in any other state in the Union. And that's just direct employment. Take this group of people. While they are not railroaders, they are among the 200,000 men and women working in Illinois industries and businesses that sell principally or exclusively to railroads. Counting families, well over 1 million Illinois residents depend on the railroads for their livelihood. That's how big a stake we have in our railroads. Throughout Illinois, steel rails spell employment, and they spell a great deal more. How much would a farming community prosper with only a local market to serve? It's the railroads that give them direct access to nationwide markets and worldwide markets. And the railroads not only transport the produce, but get right in there and help our farmers to operate more efficiently and profitably. And just as the railroads caused many a town in Illinois to come into being, so they're still a main force in keeping our towns and cities alive and helping them grow. The health of an industrial community is tied directly to the health of the railroads that serve it, bringing in the raw materials and delivering its products. The railroads know, too, that what is good business for the community is good business for them. So they work hand in glove with communities throughout the state, helping them to build up the industries they have and to attract new industries. Then take the matter of taxes, local taxes. Did you know that the Union Station in Chicago, just one of that city's 6 major rail terminals, has an annual tax bill of $913,000? A much smaller railroad station pays about $4,000 in taxes, while the municipal airport in a similar sized city pays no taxes at all. In fact, it's actually a tax burden because it takes property off the tax roll. But that's another story.
In this town, for example, the railroad pays nearly $10,000 in taxes to help support the local government and provide municipal services. And in the same town, the railroad contributes $7,000 in taxes to help educate the children. In many school districts, the railroads pay more than 50% of the total school budget. Throughout Illinois, railroads contribute almost $20 million a year to support our schools and $22 million to the running of our towns, cities, and villages. That's a total of $42 million. So it's clear to see that anything that hurt the railroads would hurt every one of us right in the pocketbook. As employers, as taxpayers, as builders of our economy, the railroads are mighty valuable neighbors to have in a community. Without these vital arteries of commerce, we could never have built up to the high standard of living we enjoy today. Equally important to all of us is the part the railroads play in our national defense, especially in these times of continuing international tension. The lesson of World War II is clear. By 1941, some people were inclined to think of railroads as old-fashioned, outmoded. Public fancy had been caught up by newer modes of transportation. The war, some thought, would be fought and won in the air. Yet, during World War II, the railroads transported more than 90% of all military freight traffic and 97% of all organized military passenger movements. As for the place of railroads in the future, in an age of rockets and missiles, that place has been defined by General James A. Van Fleet, who commanded our 8th Army in Korea. General Van Fleet has written, "Military planners know that they must look to railroads for the great bulk of the military requirement for transport, in the future as in the past. The railroads of the United States are as much a part of the military strength of the nation as our Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines, because none of these great armed services could long operate without the logistical support which the railroads provide. No other form of transport, nor all other forms combined, could take over the job of the railroads. We must therefore take care to see that they are kept strong, vigorous, and progressive." Proud of the progress they've made, the men of the railroads are yet the first to say that they should be doing more. So, why aren't they?
Why aren't we doing more? Because we haven't been permitted to share in the post-war prosperity that has come to this nation. On our drawing boards, we have all kinds of improvements that have tremendous payoff potentials in terms of better service at lower cost. But these projects take money. And where is the money coming from in an industry whose rate of return on net investment has not been a reasonable 6%, nor even 5%, nor even 3%, but a meager 2 3/4%. Such meager earnings not only leave little money for improvement, but make it next to impossible for us to attract investment capital with which to build. The situation is not due, as you have seen, to the railroad's lack of interest in efficiency or its failure to keep up with the times. It's due to the fact that in today's highly competitive transportation market, the railroads are forced to fight with their hands tied behind their backs. Let's look at it this way. Suppose you own a business of your own. You bought the land and built the store with your own money. You pay taxes on that land and store, of course. You work hard to help your town grow. You pay to keep up your town. You sweep your sidewalks and shovel your own snow. Now, suppose another man decides to open a competitive store. Your town fathers make him a present of a part of the courthouse square. He doesn't pay for it, and he doesn't pay taxes on it. He lets the town sweep his sidewalk and shovel the snow. And mind you, it's your taxes that are helping to pay for this. You wouldn't call it fair, would you? And that's not all. When you were the only business of its kind in town, suppose the town had passed a lot of regulations governing your business and your prices. Now you've got competition, but you're still regulated. While this competitor, because he's subsidized, is able to take your business and your customers away. People in your town may think they're able to buy more cheaply. But what kind of a bargain are they really getting when you figure the hidden costs? That's the situation the railroads face. We're being treated by government, national, state, and local, as though we still had a monopoly on transportation. Whereas, in fact, of course, we have very unfair competition. And to make matters worse, while the railroads are being hog-tied, our competitors are being pampered. We hear a lot of talk about wonderful new highways. We have a $41 billion highway program to be carried out over the next 10 years. $41 billion. That's more than the total investment in railroads in the last 125 years. This will bring the total since 1921 to roughly $140 billion of public funds spent to create a mass transportation plant which operates in direct competition to the railroad. Highways are supposed to be paid for by the user, but user taxes have amounted to less than half the total money spent. Even so, on a ton-mile basis, a private car pays 4 times what a truck pays. So a highway trucker pays nothing to build his right-of-way, pays far less than his share for maintenance and replacement, and pays virtually no taxes to support schools, welfare programs, and government. The situation is much the same with air transportation. The right-of-way is the National Airway System of Navigational and Safety Aids, operated by the federal government.
When does your
airports and terminal facilities are provided by the taxpayer.
123 right now.
And charges collected cover only a fraction of the cost.
Before you eat, let me know.
What's more, every airport built means more land taken off the tax roll.
Write it down.
Water carriers are in the same favorite position. They pay none of the cost of dredging channels, of improving and maintaining their right-of-way.
Need to know again.
They pay no charges for the use of public dock facilities and lots. Whereas the federal government has poured nearly $2.5 billion into this work. And state and local government, huge sums in addition. And while using all these tax-supported facilities, the barge lines themselves pay virtually nothing in taxes. By contrast, railroads have used their own private capital for their right-of-way and track construction, for bridges and stations, and they maintain the right-of-way entirely at their own expense. And far from being subsidized, the railroads pay heavy taxes to federal, state, and local governments, taxes which directly help to subsidize their competitors. Railroads then are required to help pay for highways, airways, airfields, and waterways, but are denied equal rights given their competitors to use these facilities for a business purpose. The railroads believe that every company engaged in transportation should have the right to use every tool of the transportation trade, trains, trucks, airplanes, and vessels, in order to offer a one-package transportation service, using the most efficient service or services to do a given job. This they are now forbidden to do by regulation. For instance, one regulation deprives the railroads of equal opportunity to share in transporting agricultural commodities, which, when transported by motor carrier, are exempt from regulation. This and other regulations bar the railroads from taking steps that any prudent businessman would take in the face of competition. The prosperity of this land has been built by business units that produce a commodity or service that adds to our overall national product. On that basis, what's the picture in transportation? In a single year, the federal government expended the labor of 28,500 people and $515,185,000 to promote transportation by air. To promote transportation by water, the federal government invests 25,694 people and $808,662,500. To promote highway transportation, 4,209 people and $2,408,900. $931,000. But to promote railway transportation, the federal government invests not one man and not one cent. This clearly shows which modes of transportation are a drain on our economy and which one is at work building our economy. The railroads pay their own way, every step of the way, and that's the way they want it to be. They're not looking for handouts or favors. All they ask is that all forms of transportation pay their own way, making adequate compensation for the use of public property and services. They ask to be allowed to use public highways and waterways and airways on the same basis as others. And they seek freedom from antiquated laws and regulations in order to compete for business in a competitive market. In other words, what we ask is simply for fair play and freedom to build for a future strong, vigorous, and progressive.
The plight of the railroads has attracted nationwide attention, and a committee of the United States Senate investigating the situation concluded that a new attitude is essential if we are to stop the destruction of a vital part of the transportation system and the downward trend of our nation's economy. This is a matter of vital concern to all Americans, and especially to the people of Illinois. Rail transportation has been responsible for the transformation of Illinois within 2 lifespans from an untamed wilderness into a great agricultural and industrial commonwealth. It's literally true that the economy of our state rides on rails. As taxpayers, too, the railroads are leading citizens of the state, paying $20 million a year to support our schools and $22 million a year to our local governments, a total of $42 million paid by the railroads that individual taxpayers would otherwise have to pay. And in our national determination to remain strong, that we may remain free, we look to the railroads as one of the basic weapons in our arsenal. As citizens of Illinois, we depend upon the railroads for our economic well-being, as we depend upon them for the defense of our freedom. We need our railroads, and we need them strong, vigorous, and progressive. Our stake in the railroads is our stake in the future of this land. It's that simple and that urgent.
In 1826, not a mile of railroad existed in the United States. The trip from the Atlantic coast to the new state of Illinois took long months of travel. Yet 10 years later, at the state capital of Vandalia, men were planning a railroad to open up the wilderness of vast forests and prairies.
Gentlemen, the excitement over canals and steamboats is at its zenith. But the air is filled with a new application of steam to land carriages and to railroads. So, we've come here to request a charter for a railroad to be built from Chicago on towards the Mississippi River, near the lead mines at Galena, Illinois, and Dubuque, Iowa.
Sir, we admire your courage, but this country doesn't even have roads or canals.
Our charter also calls for permission, if it seems advisable, to construct a good and permanent turnpike road.
Now you're talking, mister. Good pike roads are what we need.
In 1836, life on the frontier was primitive, and the railroad was as remote as the moon.
What I say is, them guys at Vandalia are getting too big for their britches.
Sure are. What's at Vandalia?
What's at Vandalia?
Vandalia, monsieur, is the capital
excited about their state. Oh, sure, it's the capital, but, tell him what you told me. Well, there's nothing to it. Gonna dig some ditches and connect up the waterway. Looky here. Right next to Fort Dubuque at the head of the Fever River lies the biggest city in the West, Galena, booming with lead mines and store things. Riverboats carry furs and grain clear to St. Louis on the old Mississippi. What they're talking about now is digging canals clear to the Great Lakes.
Mon Dieu! Those boats could come all the way from Buffalo, no? That's only half of it. Tell them the rest, Mike.
Well, maybe there's some sense in these canals. You know, we've been using pike roads and rivers for quite a spell. Yeah, but some crazy galoots have gone and chartered a railroad, too.
Oh, impossible.
Sure as you're born.
A railroad to the Alleghenies, to the east?
Well, no, not to the east. West.
Oh, no, this cannot be. People, factories, everything is to the east.
I know it, but they're going to build a pike road or a railroad right out into the prairie, clear to Galena. Of course, there's no swamps or rivers or engines in the way. And there's nothing but Galena when you get there. When you get back again, you're in a dirty little settlement called Chickagong, which any Chippewa or Ojibwa will tell you means skunk. Or maybe wild onion. Wild onion? There ain't nothing there but Fort Dearborn. And I hear the general government's going to pull the troops out of there.
In 1837, Chicago graduated from a town to a city. It elected a mayor, a young fellow from back east. His name was William Butler Ogden.
We've just started. This sidewalk is just the beginning. We're going to build streets, good plank roads. We're even going to drain the swamp.
Hooray for the mayor! How about the canal, Mr. Mayor?
We'll build a canal, but the canal's too slow for us. We're going to build a railroad. Why, the railroad is the pioneer of our civilization. The means of communication between the East and the West, the Hudson, the Great Lakes, and the Mississippi. And we're going to bring it all into one big, convenient neighborhood.
I'm against railroads. They're bad things for farmers and bad for hotel keepers. Why, Chicago won't even be a place of business if the railroad goes beyond it.
That's right. They're undemocratic institutions. Ride roughshod over the people, grind them into powder. The only roads the people want are good common plank roads over which anyone can travel. We'll get good plank roads, and we'll get a railroad, too. I have to get in my buggy and drive all the way to Galena to raise the money for it myself. Someday, the railroads from the east will reach Lake Michigan. Merchandise will come across the lake and be delivered right out here by our railroad. Now, I say the farmers and the settlers along the right-of-way ought to own their own railroad. I think you're right, Mr. Ogden. Put me down for a couple of shares. If I can be trusted for the first installment, let's see, that's $2.50 a share. Yeah, it'll after harvest. About 5 or 6 bushels of corn. Takes me 4 or 5 days to get my wagon to Chicago if it don't rain. And the traffic? Why, it must be 200 wagons a day going into Chicago. With a railroad through here, I could ship my grain and my hogs. I'm for your dad's blame road, Mr. Ogden, and so are my neighbors. Now, wait a minute. I hear everybody ain't favored. I heard you can't get the right-of-way through the city. Now, you're a member of the council, first mayor and all that. What about it? I've got a permit to carry our rolling stock from the lake to the city limits. So we'll start there, Kinsian Canal, the city limits, and go on from there. We're going to build that railroad north and west, and we're starting now. Say, I kind of like the cut of your jib. Yep, you'll build her. I want some of that stock, mister.
It took courage to plan and build a railroad west. There was nothing out there but a future. But there were plenty of men with the vision to see it and the courage to work for it.
No rails came to Chicago, so the first engine came down the lakes, lashed to the deck of the brig Buffalo. How clearly they knew what they were doing showed up in the name of that first 10-ton engine, the Pioneer. And Pioneer she was, the first engine to move out of Chicago toward the great north and west. Coming back on her first trip, she brought a farmer's load of wheat, and word of this flashed over the countryside. A week later, there was more business than the schedules could handle.
Mr. Ogden, word spread among the farmers about bringing in that wheat. Why, there must be 30 carloads piled up in the Des Plaines warehouse.
That's fine. We have 6 birthing cars. Put them all at the service of the farmers. It's their railroad.
Looks like we're in business.
We've just started. A year from today, I want to extend the line to Elgin or beyond.
Can you see the brigade yet?
Not yet. But on a nice clear day like this, I can see the engine 6 miles away. My notes ready?
Yes, sir.
Give me the highlight.
Revenue for the first year, $23,763.74.
This year, we'll go over 100,000. Go ahead.
The board has secured enough capital to go to Elgin.
40 miles west of Chicago. Did I give you the fact that we now have a right-of-way through Chicago?
Yes, sir. The council finally came round, didn't they?
There she comes, just clearing Austin. You know, this is a primitive method. Someday we're going to get a system of communication, maybe this new telegraph. However, primitive or not, I can still announce our incoming trains 15 minutes ahead of time. Go ahead with those notes. I'll be back shortly.
The road went to Elgin in 1850, on to Marengo, into Rockford and Freeport. The first old-fashioned strap rails were replaced with heavier, safer T-rails of iron. In 1885, a telegraph wire was strung between Chicago and Freeport, and for the first time in the West, train orders were transmitted by wire. Business increased. Settlements, villages, and farms prospered wherever the iron rails went, and the road began reaching out for extensions. All the names were happily consolidated into the Chicago and Northwestern to include the large territory now penetrated by the United Roads. Conceived, equipped, and successfully managed during the rough pioneering years, without aid from the state or general government, the early rails could well be proud of their web of trackage, reaching into almost every nook and cranny of Wisconsin, crisscrossing Iowa and Minnesota, spreading out across Nebraska and the plains of South Dakota to the gold fields of the Black Hills. As far back as 1869, this railroad was the heart of a system of many railroads reaching from the Atlantic to the Pacific. First coaches weren't very comfortable. At night, they were lighted with spluttering whale oil lamps. The tops of the cars were only as tall as a man, and they were filled with smoke from the lamps. Showers of cinders and dense smoke from the panting engine came in, smelling of pitch pine and progress. Yes, it was rough. The trains chugged along at 15 miles an hour, but it was the beginning. And after 10 years of operation, the first sleeping cars ever to roll west of Chicago began. A trifle over 6 feet from floor to roof, they had 10 sections, a linen locker, 2 washrooms, and were upholstered in plush. Berths were 50 cents a night. The brakemen made up the beds while the iron wheels rolled faster and farther. Not only people, their goods and commodities. Now mail began rolling, and this pioneer line was the first to build and put post office cars into service. Dining car services began back in 1869. Conscientiously pioneering, the first all-Pullman train appeared. New luxuries and comforts were growing. Fields and factories, the heart of this continent, was brought closer together, and the interdependence of modern agricultural and industrial civilization became possible. with our modern transportation system. The life and death importance of the road was dramatically demonstrated back in 1880. In October, the line had been completed to Pierre, South Dakota, with new farmers and settlers scattered along the way. It began to snow. It would snow for the next 6 months until May 1881. And into the new country, into the small new farmhouses came the cold, boneless fingers of tragedy. Only the shining rails could have developed new land so quickly. Only the rails could keep it alive.
It's getting darker. That train don't get through, we're gonna be out of light well as cool. Listen, I think I hear it. The train? Oh, it's snowed 4 feet in the last few days. It'd take a 40-foot cut in some places.
I thought they had cleared. I mean, along the track.
They did. You ought to have seen them, Ma. They had 7 rows of shovelers all the way up to the track.
It kept on snowing.
Yeah.
Nothing can get through snow like this. Nothing. Oh, I wish I never brought your shovel up.
Ma, they got through. That big plow they've been using the snowbird, they got through. I got some wheat, corn, and flour, and some oil for the lamb. Here, son, fill those lambs. Get out some of that corn and run it through the coffee grinder. Get some food on the table for your mother. There now, Ma. The railroad fellers said they'd get through. There's thousands just like us all along the line. He said they'd keep her open no matter what it took.
I was so worried about the chief.
Listen. Grind up some of that corn, boy. My ribs are sticking to my backside.
All that long winter, the worst in South Dakota's history, the snow kept falling. But the iron wheels kept rolling, bringing dried corn and coal oil, bringing a promise of the future when we build a vast new inland empire along the shining rails. Out of the savage wilderness came our rich and fertile farms, our waving fields of grain. The children of the early settlers made that combine, powered it with fuel, used it to harvest the golden wheat. Today, when you look across our fields, you know the corn belt is close to the wheat belt. The iron rails link this field with the milk shed, the forest. The factory that built this corn picker is not far away. All our fields and factories are drawn together as they grew together by a pioneering railway system. Men of small vision thought they started the wrong way, west instead of east. Breakers of tradition and precedent, after 100 years, the Chicago and Northwestern, the country's only left-handed railroad, is still pioneering, still resolutely first west of Chicago. But the story has only begun. Where once man had to fight to live, now we live and we brave. We play hard, but we work hard too. And we have the facilities to work with. Nowhere on earth is there a yard such as this, built, operated to handle in fabulous quantities the stuff of our daily lives. Scenes like these are part of the daily life of our nation. Possible because a titanic transportation job is being done day after day, year after year. Think what it takes to haul more than 10 million tons of farm products to market. Think of the great grain elevators, the cereal plants, all the farms and factories, all the mills and ore docks drawn closely together by a great railway system. Our pioneering forefathers would look with amazement at the way Northwestern men and women do things today. Ours is a great heritage, but now as then, it depends on man. Men built that track up there. Men run those trains. Now, as then, men out of their own sweat and skill must lay every rail, drive every spike, build and maintain every mile of track. This is the way we do things today. We, the farmers, the shippers, we, the stockholders and bondholders, we, the train men, bookkeepers and engineers, all of us working together in a very productive partnership. It takes men like these with steady hands. It takes careful, thorough men. It's that man up there, the chemist in his laboratory. It's the men in the shops working with flaming metal. The finest machine tools in the world would be useless without men. Watch these men at work. Here are the pioneers, the modern pioneers making our modern transportation possible. We meet some of them when we buy tickets, for instance. But most of them are somewhere out there in the network of steel rails. Most of us never see these men, never think of the countless switches that must be thrown, all the workaday jobs that must be done, even to giving a locomotive a bath. The spirit of the pioneers is alive today. The engineer feels it. The conductor, the whole crew feel it. All aboard. And an army of men and women work together so that each train can roll faster, farther, more comfortably, and with greater safety, rolling up new records of service in transportation. Next time you look down a clear track, don't forget how much we've accomplished, how far we've come in 100 years. Go into the modern club car, make yourself comfortable. Go into the diner, have a good dinner. While you're sitting there being served, the wheels will keep on rolling. They'll roll all through the night. They'll be rolling when you go to bed. They'll be rolling with each new dawn. A dynamic tribute to remind us of the vision and the enterprise that began 100 years ago when a few men stepped into the future and the song of the pioneer had begun. Moved deeply, made humble by the achievements of each succeeding generation, we, the modern pioneers, face our own future, determined that this nation, great yesterday, stronger, more tightly knit, greater today, will continue the good work, continue to pioneer a better, richer, and happier tomorrow.
This is the story of freight. It is the story of how one great railroad handles millions of tons of the thousands of things which we need and desire for our way of life. The chair you were sitting on, the clothes you were wearing, yes, even what you had for breakfast this morning, all at one time were articles of freight. The real story of railroad freight, however, cannot be learned by watching the trains go by. For that, we must go to the yards and terminals where freight to and from some 90,000 American communities is handled, switched, and classified. It is from such places that freight is sent on its way, often for thousands of miles and over the tracks of many railroads, to reach its destination with the sureness of a homing pigeon. To tell our story, we're going to visit many of the Chicago and Northwestern's important yards and terminals in Chicago, the world's greatest railroad center. But first, let us look at a map of the Northwestern system and its connecting lines. Notice the tremendous area between Chicago and the West Coast. These lines represent some 10,000 miles of Northwestern track and many thousand miles more of connecting lines. As we move closer to Chicago, we see a heavy network in the richest part of the Middle West. Much of the freight to and from this area passes through Chicago. Looking down on a map of Chicago, we see many important freight handling facilities. Right near the lake is the North Pier Terminal, home of many industries and warehouses. Here is the Wells Street Station, deep in downtown Chicago. Off to the south is the city's famous Union Stockyards. Here is the Wood Street Terminal, also known as the Potato Yard. And to the right is the Morgan Street Yard, where fresh fruits and vegetables are handled. That big spot clear to the left is Proviso Yard, the greatest yard of them all. So large is Proviso that only a bird's eye view will give us an idea of its scope. So here we are, looking down on Proviso from the north. Even in this one small section of 30 tracks, totaling 28 miles, there is ample room for the longest freight trains. It is to this part of the terminal that cars are brought to go through the electric retarder yard, or as the railroad men say, over the hump. As we glide toward the main part of the yard, we come in sight of the huge freight transfer house, where less than carload freight is handled. To the left of the freight house is the electric retarder yard, which is one of Proviso's points of interest. By means of gravity and remote control, cars are made to roll down a grade and switch to any one of 60 tracks. We shall soon witness in more detail how this fascinating operation is done. How would you like to lose yourself in this forest of freight cars? This vast terminal covers more than 1,200 acres and has almost 200 miles of track. About 128 freight trains leave and arrive here every day. It looks quiet from high above, but down on the ground, this yard is a scene of great activity, in which more than 2,200 employees take part in every phase of switching, loading, and unloading. Proviso even has its own repair yards, where whole cars can be rebuilt. In this yard, a young army of trainmen, freight clerks, and others, expert in specialized services, keep the freight rolling. The transfer house, in which freight in less than carload lots is handled, is so huge that 700 cars can fit under its roof. And how long a train is that? Well, almost 7 miles. Let's go down on the ground and watch a train arrive from Minneapolis. Its long line of cars must be separated and sent on to many different points. To do this, the cars in this particular train must first go through the hump yard. Yard employees, just like those out on the line, must be experts in their work. This engineer, with a background of more than 40 years of railroading, carefully goes over his locomotive before climbing up into the engine cab. Unlike those on the main line, however, this pump engine, a powerful 10-wheeler designed for special work, pushes rather than pulls the cars.
Its small drive wheels do not give it speed, but they do exert a tremendous force in moving as many as 200 cars ahead of them. Steadily, at an even pace of 4 miles an hour, the cars roll on toward the crest of the hump, where they will end one phase of their journey. As the cars move ahead, they pass an inspector who carefully looks over each one. If he discovers something wrong with the car, he tags it with a bad order slip, which means it must be placed in perfect condition before it can leave the yard. Meanwhile, another employee cards the cars. In other words, tags them according to destination so that they will be properly switched as they go over the hump. At the top of the hump, a man called a pin puller unlocks the couplings, permitting the cars to roll free down the grade away from the train. Hour after hour, this process goes on, with the cars doing what looks like a handshake in reverse. But actually, these operations involve not only coordination, but careful planning and cooperation of railroad men. Even the way the pin puller does his job determines, for example, how the cars will be switched by remote control in the towers in the background. Let's look inside one of these towers where the operator, guided by a teletyped message listing cars, their contents, and destinations, not only switches the cars, but determines their speed, all by remote control. Near the top of the slope, the lead tower man takes over initial control, switches cars to the left or right. 2 other tower operators down the hill a short distance take over the job when the cars reach their territory. Between them, they switch cars to 60 tracks, as indicated in part by this track diagram. This is the towerman's view of the scene in the electric retarder yard. Let's watch some of these cars come down the grade. A slight touch of a retarder lever sets the heavy steel car retarders in action, squeezing and slowing down the rolling car wheels. So efficient is this retarder action that a loaded car can be made to slow down, yes, and even stop, while halfway down the grade. It is such controls that assure safe handling of car contents, so that when it reaches the bottom of the slope, there will be no jarring contact with other cars. Up in the hump master's office, the pin puller is supervised by a checker, who also keeps in constant touch with the control towers by means of a public address system. Everyone concerned knows at all times just what's going on. Let's watch some of the cars going downhill, always remembering that their speed and direction are controlled by the towermen. Cars going deep in the yard are allowed to roll on almost unchecked, while heavily loaded cars, with only a short distance to go, are carefully slowed just the right amount. Notice how unseen hands switch them to the right or left. Sometimes a car with very fragile contents goes through. In that case, a rider goes along to handle the brakes, just as double security. Day and night, in a 24-hour operation, freight of all kinds and from all railroads goes over the hump. Here's a heavy load of car wheels, which will soon be rolling on their own. Then a tank car of gasoline. For all we know, this gas may eventually be used in the new automobiles coming along directly behind. Sometimes it's logs going to sawmills. Then along will come a car of steel girders. Name the commodity, and it's probably rolling over the hill right now. But that's only one proviso operation. This huge freight transfer house holds another story of how less than carload freight is handled. By less than carload, we don't mean half-empty cars. we mean freight in one car from more than one shipper or destined to more than one receiver. Here is such a train made up of cars from all parts of the United States, which have just been sorted from hundreds of others that have gone over the hump. Each of the 24 tracks in the building is long enough to accommodate a sizable train of at least 36 cars, like the one a yard engine is now backing into the house. To do business in a 21-acre building, you need special equipment like these tractors and trailers starting off in the morning for a busy day. There are 72 such tractors, and believe it or not, 4,600 trailers. These trailers, sometimes in trains of considerable length, follow their tractors as if on unseen rails. A special connection between the trailers, plus, of course, the skill of the drivers, is the answer to how they are made to follow an exact path. They must do this because inside of the building are miles of platforms over which hums the traffic of freight in all directions. On each side of the platforms are cars to be loaded and unloaded, and when the house is full, there are almost 700 cars. Men work fast, for they are paid on a tonnage basis. As they load their trailers, a checker verifies the commodities handled and gives them their papers before they depart. Those papers stay with the freight when it goes into another car or into a waiting motor truck. As each piece of freight is handled, it is also inspected carefully for possible damage. Papers, too, are double-checked to make certain that the routing is correct. Here, each article receives the attention that whole cars receive out on the line. Out on the platforms, the scene is like Santa Claus workshop just before Christmas. The trucks with their long trains wind in and out over the 18 platforms. There are no traffic jams despite the appearance of disorder. The men have their traffic rules, and you'll find them far more courteous to each other than many drivers out on the highway. You'll see soap and hairpins, nylon hose and hardware, cases of food, and here are some sleds for next winter, going for a brief ride down these aisles. Trailers are carefully loaded so that packages will not topple off on curves, and the tractor drivers go at reasonable speeds to prevent damage to the contents of their trains. Occasionally, packages are broken. This is usually due to the use of containers not strong enough to hold heavy shipments, as is obvious in this instance. Notice that the employee counts and checks the contents and then carefully repacks in a sturdy wooden box. As a special service designed by Northwestern to help speed the freight, damaged containers are repaired or replaced when necessary without additional cost to the shipper, regardless of who is at fault. Even a steel drum discovered to be leaking is ingeniously sealed with this special tool. It takes time to repair damaged shipments such as these. It is obvious that each of these commodities was improperly packaged, or the containers would not have broken open. Another cause for delay on some shipments is incorrect or incomplete addresses. Here again, employees check and trace origins and destinations so that the packages may be speeded on their way as quickly as possible. Outside the building are concrete driveways for long lines of trucks to pick up and unload freight to and from the city of Chicago and for interchange with other railroads. These trucks are loaded and unloaded directly from platforms inside the house. In all operations, every package of freight is followed closely. Not only do the proper papers stay with their packages, but the packages themselves are marked so that overcoats don't go to Miami instead of Duluth. Cars are loaded, of course, also in this great building. Care is taken in this operation to make certain the load will not shift while in transit, or that a heavy package is not placed on top of a light cart. Anything that might roll or shift is securely blocked and fastened so that it may travel safely. Once the cars on one platform are loaded, a switch engine calls for them, takes them out into the open, to be cut into a train en route to their destination. A new train of empty cars, which have been carefully cleaned out and inspected, is then backed in. Because the loading platforms are more than a quarter-mile long, in strategic spots of the house are special crossovers. Without them, tractors and trailers would have to travel long distances to take freight from one part of the house to another. The crossovers are raised when the train of freight cars comes in and then lowered back into place. These serve as efficient shortcuts, where every shortcut means much in shipping time. But Proviso is not only a vast yard of moving cars and lifting and transporting freight. Right next to the freight house is the office building in which much of the paperwork is done. Here are the headquarters of the station agent and all his assistants and employees, a working force of 150. Every carload of freight passing through the yard and every package handled in the freight house is kept on record in this building. Freight clerks are busy with their highly specialized tasks. It is natural that filing is extensive in such an office because the proper papers must be instantly available when needed. Waybill pouches are made up for each outbound freight car, some of them representing hundreds of packages. Messages and bills can be sent quickly from the office to many points in the yard and pneumatic tubes. A teletype system offers rapid communication, not only in the yard, but also between the office and the general offices in downtown Chicago, the Wood Street Terminal, and the Pacific Fruit Express offices. Just outside the freight house is a 10-ton electric crane for handling heavy shipments. Notice how its electromagnet picks up steel girders and deposits them gently and neatly on the waiting trailers. This crane is used extensively for heavy and bulky shipments of iron, steel, metal tanks, machinery, and the like. Another of the many conveniences to be found in the yard is an ice manufacturing plant. Refrigerator cars destined for further travel are switched right to the loading platforms. The bunkers at either end of the cars are re-iced with a minimum of time and trouble, and the cars are ready to continue to their destination. Proviso Yard has a great advantage in its location, just outside Chicago, away from congestion and traffic. But in the city itself, the Northwestern operates other and smaller yards and terminals. The Merchandise Mart in downtown Chicago is the world's largest commercial building. For almost 100 years, the Northwestern has had tracks over this ground where once stood its passenger station. In fact, the railroad still owns this property, having sold, in a unique transaction, nothing but the space on which the building pillars stand and the air rights to the owners of the Merchandise Mart. Underneath this huge structure is located one of the largest freight terminals in the city, with freight platforms like those at the Proviso Freight House. Day and night, switch engines are kept busy moving cars in and out to the ground level of this tremendous building. The tracks do not end in the building, but continue right through and on toward the lake. This permits freight to be brought to the very doors of some of Chicago's most famous office buildings on Michigan Avenue. Eastward and under the broad boulevard, the tracks run past the shadows of beautiful skyscrapers, huge warehouses, and a variety of food products plants located in the North Pier Terminal area, a section of the city where the pulse of commerce beats steadily. Here, the freight handles may include anything from great rolls of newsprint, candy, imported olives, or cheese. The steel rails go on into Chicago's giant Navy Pier, where thousands of sailors received training in the last war, and where freight rumbled through the guarded gates. The Wood Street Terminal is another of Chicago's interesting freight handling facilities. It is the world's largest potato yard, and that's an appropriate name, for more than 500,000 tons of spuds pass through Wood Street annually. They come from every state in the Union to be purchased or sold by brokers and dealers, either for Chicago markets or reconsignment to other cities. Every morning, dealers gather here to buy and sell as much as 70,000 bushels of potatoes. On the wall each day are listed the numbers of cars of potatoes that have arrived and are in the yard and the states where they originated. Another board lists every car by number and its location in the yard, which, with its auxiliary tracks, has room for more than 2,500 cars. Brokers can tell quickly, by means of the listing, just where every car is located. After determining the location of the cars in which they are interested, the dealers leave the office building and drive or walk over the broad concrete roads, which permit easy access to any point in the terminal. Yard employees have already opened the doors of all newly arrived cars so as to permit easy inspection of the contents. From car to car, the dealers go, checking the quality and grading of the potatoes. They spend as much time discussing the good or bad points of the potato as art connoisseurs might over some world-famous painting. But after all, the potato is one of the most important items in the daily diet of the nation. Here is a car of fine Idaho's in the 10-pound special pack, which makes it easy to judge condition and quality. They're really beauties, aren't they? The national reputation of the dealers and brokers who operate in this yard has been built up and maintained by the very thoroughness with which they do their work. Soon these very potatoes will be delighting housewives in Chicago or Baltimore or whatever city to which they may be consigned. Other vegetables with good keeping qualities, such as cabbages, onions, and so forth, also arrive in this yard. This dealer literally leaves no cabbage unturned in his inspection of the sack he had selected at random from the car. The open sacks left by the dealers are all securely coopered by a corps of railroad employees who see that everything is left in good order before the cars are closed for later shipment or unloading. These men, who seem to be wandering casually around, not far from one of the rows of telephone booths, which are located here and there around the yard, are among the largest potato operators in the country. They are in the midst of actual trading operations. What appears to be a chance meeting with a few words and some scribbled notes may be the buying or selling of from 1 to 20 or more carloads of potatoes. Besides supplying Chicago, the Midwestern Territory, many cars are shipped east and south, often as a result of long-distance calls received right here. Trucks are able to back up on the concrete drives to the very doors of cars for quick and easy unloading. Once trucks are loaded and checked, they must pass over scales before leaving the yard. Thus, the railroad has a record of every load that leaves Wood Street before it is converted into crisp French fries, baked, or mashed potatoes for your table. A short distance from Wood Street is Southwater Market, Chicago's greatest fruit and vegetable center. Northwestern tracks lead to the Morgan Street Yard, a terminal specializing only in perishables, which is just in the rear of the market. This convenient location permits easy transfer of fruits and vegetables. Every day, cars arrive from all over America with lettuce, peaches, tomatoes, and many other perishable foods, depending on the season. Each year, well over 100,000 carloads of perishable foods, worth more than $150 million, arrive in Chicago. Here, for example, is a car of celery protected under a heavy blanket of snow ice during its trip from California. What happens when the snow ice melts? Well, here comes a servicing crew to make more snow. Yes, we said make more snow. Ice cakes are ground up fine in special machinery in the truck and forced out of the hose at the rate of 500 pounds a minute. It only takes a few minutes, and the fruits or vegetables are protected not only from heat, but also cold, because the snow blanket doesn't let the temperature change very much, regardless of the outside weather conditions through which the car may pass. In the same general vicinity of Morgan and Wood Street terminals is the Chicago Fruit Auction Sales House, where hundreds of carloads of crated oranges, pineapples, and other fruits are sold to wholesalers. Here comes fruit from all over the nation on one of its last laps before it goes into the homes of Mr. and Mrs. America. The second floor of the building is devoted to the actual auction, where a fast-talking auctioneer seeks the highest bid from keen and alert produce men. amazement of the casual visitor, the auctioneer, who has a jargon understood only by the initiated, always has the situation under complete control. But here's another terminal, the Northwestern Stockyard at West Chicago, often called the Livestock Hotel. More than 1 million head of cattle and sheep cross here each year before going on to the packing houses of Chicago and other cities. Here they are fed and rested, yes, and even fattened. These sheep, incidentally, came from many far western states, but they certainly don't look homesick. This particular flock has been here only a few days, but rest and good food has made it ready for the market. It's only a short train ride from West Chicago to the great Union stockyards of the city. This is the end of the line for millions of head of livestock that have been fattening on corn in Iowa or roaming the range of western prairie and mountain country. Once they enter these pens, the cattle, sheep, and hogs are only a short time from becoming thick, juicy sirloins, lamb and pork chops, and the many other meat cuts that have made the American dinner table the envy of the world. Stock cars are pulled directly to the platforms and chutes where cattle and other livestock are unloaded quickly and efficiently. Simple as the job may seem, it requires skill of a kind for which the American railroads and their employees are famous. The railroad man is not a farmer, but he knows how to handle farm animals because that is one of his jobs. That skill is demonstrated in many ways. We see it best of all in the yards and terminals, where all rail transportation ends and begins. It was here, behind the scenes of railroading, that the all-time record of American railroad transportation during the past war had its beginning. In this setting, we find unsung experts that work on thousands of tasks, all of which put together mean efficient rail service for the nation. But we see railroad skill in other ways, too, such as the new passenger and freight equipment, which the Progressive Railroad is quick to offer the public. An example is one of the famous 400 streamliners flashing across the country, while its passengers ride in comfort and luxury inside. Railroad skill has resulted in such modern locomotives as this mighty rolling steam power plant, which in itself is a stirring tribute to the genius that has gone into the development of the nation's rail transportation. That skill is also apparent in the fast freight powered by 5,400 horsepower diesel-electric locomotives, which transport thousands of tons over great distances in short periods of time. Yes, it is the skill of the men who manage and operate our great fleets of freight trains, which bring us our food, clothing, and luxuries, that helps to make our way of life second to none.
This is a story about a railroad and how it keeps moving throughout the winter over one of the highest and most rugged mountain ranges in the United States. The mountains are California's Sierra Nevada. The railroad, Southern Pacific. This is Southern Pacific's mainline track on its overland route. Over this route and over these mountains, the railroad annually moves approximately 58,000 passenger cars and 495,000 freight cars. This direct rail line to Chicago, the first to span the continent, stands as a tribute to the engineering genius of its pioneer builders. Here the track is clear and the trains are moving easily over the mountain grades. The snow may blanket these mountains, but the tracks are kept open through the efforts of the mountain men of Southern Pacific. Men who meet winter's challenge with equipment ranging from hand shovels to enormous snow-moving machines. It is to these railroaders that this picture is dedicated. These are Southern Pacific's four great routes: Shasta, Overland, Golden State, and Sunset. 12,000 miles of railroad carrying modern freight and passenger trains through every type of terrain and climate. Each route is served by one or more of America's newest, fastest, streamlined trains. The strategic Overland route provides the most rapid transportation between Chicago and the West Coast. Donner Summit is the railroad's 7,000-foot crest of the Sierra. It was in a 45-mile area around this point that this film was made. These pictures were taken during the winter of 1951 and 52, when the heaviest snowfall in history was recorded in the Sierra. Nowadays, modern technology and snow fighting equipment work to keep the tracks clear of snow, for Southern Pacific has learned how to keep the snow on the run. The pioneer builders of the Overland route didn't have the advantage of modern snow fighting equipment. Their solution, a roof over the railroad where the snowfall was heaviest. These long, barn-like structures effectively kept off the snow, but they limited the visibility of engine men. After years of careful study, and with the advent of modern snow fighting equipment, most of the sheds were removed. A few are still retained, where experience has shown that they are needed. The yellow line shows the original extent of the snow sheds, 32 miles within a 40-mile stretch. By 1925, they had decreased 1 mile. By 1930 to 16. By 1935 to 10. And by 1940 to 8. 5.5 miles remain. The remaining stretches of snow sheds serve an important purpose. Heavy-duty timber sheds protect Donner Summit, where helper engines that assist trains up the Sierra grade are removed, necessitating short stops here. During that time, heavy snow, drifting with the wind, could get a firm grip on a standing train without the protection of the snow shed. Because of the experience of Southern Pacific snow fighters, the greatest portion of the railroad needs no overhead covering. It is open to the elements, and the darkening Sierra sky foretells storms in the making. And there were storms aplenty during this worst winter in the history of the Sierra. Here's how they came. October, 31 inches of snow. November, an additional 32 inches. December, 3 storms totaling 170 inches. January, 245 inches more. February, another 116 inches. March, 160 inches, bringing the season's total to 790 inches of snow, enough to cover a 5-story building. It was the heaviest snowfall ever recorded in the area. There is nothing halfway about winter in this area. The blizzards are heavy, the winds strong. The land becomes obscured in the flying white clouds of snow and the mounting drifts. Here is how the railroad looks during a Sierra storm. Fighting these storms, Southern Pacific's strategy is keep the equipment and the snow moving. The only time the equipment stops is to take on water or fuel. Yes, keep the equipment and the snow moving, whether it be done by a locomotive-driven rotary weighing 1.5 million pounds or a hand shovel weighing 3.5 tons. Yes, keep the equipment and the snow moving. And then the wind drops, the sun shines, and another storm has blown itself out. Sierra towns like Truckee come to life as people dig the snow from their doors and clear its crushing weight from the peaked roofs of their homes and stores. They know that more snow is coming, and they must work quickly to prepare for the next onslaught of winter. The railroad, too, must take advantage of the time between storms. Trackmen move out to dig snow away from signals and switches, for if they became frozen, trains could not be moved over the tracks. The pause between storms may be brief, and everyone must work rapidly to get the railroad in shape to meet the challenge of the next blizzard. The entire track distance in the heavy snow area is checked, and instructions are issued to the foreman, who directly supervise the track workers. As much snow as possible must be removed during the break. Switches are susceptible to freezing and jamming if heavy snow is allowed to accumulate around them. During the long winter nights and during heavy blizzards, trackmen stand their posts at the switch points, clearing the snow away and keeping fires burning around them so they will continue to operate efficiently. Sierra deep snow is no respecter of poles, wires, and cables. If communications went out, the mountain dispatcher would have difficulty in directing the movement of trains and snow fighting equipment. In this instance, linemen and signalmen had an especially tough job in keeping the communication system going. Their little track motor cars could not operate, so the men were moved over the railroad on snow fighting equipment. When they reached the area of a break, they dropped off and went trudging through the snow to find it. During the interim between storms, they moved along the railroad, digging out wire and cables that were covered with snow. Never in the experience of these men had their lines been so deeply buried for so many miles. Normally, these troubleshooters work alone when patrolling the wires. This time, safety demanded that they work in groups to avoid becoming lost in sudden blizzards. These linemen and signalmen are a rugged breed. They do a tough job and ask no quarter from the elements. Remember the snow fighters' rule, keep the equipment and the snow moving? Here's a train that didn't keep moving. A small drift blanketed the track ahead of it, and before the track could be cleared, a blizzard moved in, and the train was held fast until the storm abated. These pictures were taken after all of the train's passengers and crew had been safely removed. Hard-working trackmen dug the snow from alongside the cars and freed the wheels. Then the railroad's big hook came into play to move the train's diesel power units ahead. Big bulldozers were brought up to give an assist. On the lead bulldozer was Merle Jennings, superintendent of the Sacramento Division, an experienced snow general. The big hook pulled again, and with additional power supplied by the bulldozers, the diesel units of the train came free of the snow and were drawn away. Then the cars were released from the snow 2 or 3 at a time. In the history of the railroad, this is the only train that ever was snowbound. This is the equipment Southern Pacific uses to keep the snow on the run. Here is a spreader used to push snow away from the tracks. The spreader's nose plow gouges snow and ice from between the rails and along their sides. The nose plow is particularly valuable in plowing out the interior of snow sheds, where ice forms between the tracks from water dripping through the shed roofs. The nose plow is also used on sidings. The spreader's massive steel wings can be extended outward to a width of 17 feet and can be raised and lowered to any desired position. A roadmaster or general track foreman supervises the spreader operation, as it is exacting work. Spreading along this 45 miles of railroad requires thorough knowledge of the territory. Obstructions are many, and snow densities change every mile. Spreaders seldom are used when a storm is in progress. During the blizzard, the primary interest is in keeping just the rails themselves from being covered with snow. The break between storms is when the spreader becomes important. It rolls over the railroad, pushing the snow away from the tracks, so that during the next storm there will be a place to throw the new snow that falls on the rails. The snow shown here has a high water content, over 40%, making it especially easy to move. Snow fighters call it rubber snow because it holds together so well. The spreader is now moving 500 feet per minute, and at every foot is shoving a ton of snow down the mountain. The left-hand wing cuts away the core between the tracks, shoving the snow over for a following rotary plow to throw out. The fireman and engineer on the spreader must combine calmness with vigilance, ready to react immediately to any signal of the spreader operator. The operator raises and lowers his wing to fit constant changes in track elevation. The edge of the wing must be kept just above the adjacent track. Looking back from the spreader, the core of snow between the tracks has been pushed onto the adjacent track for the following rotary to throw out. This is one of a fleet of 6 rotary snow plows which Southern Pacific operates on the mountain. Normally, 11 men are assigned to each unit, and the rotaries are kept in readiness 24 hours a day during the winter. The rotary snow plow is 12 feet wide and 13 feet high, and is pushed by a powerful locomotive. Some plows have wings that extend to the sides and allow them to cut an additional 2 feet of snow away from either side of the roadbed. The rotary normally follows the spreader during the cleanup. It can throw the snow out nearly 150 feet, completely beyond the adjacent clear track. During severe storms, the rotary plows are called into action early. They move constantly back and forth over the track, throwing out the mounting snow. During the cleanup, they throw out the snow the spreader has moved onto the track. And here is how the railroad looks after the rotary plow has passed and the snow is cleared away right down to the rails. Now here comes another workhorse of the snow fighting operation, the flanger. It has blades that dig down between the rails to throw out the snow. During light storm seasons, the flanger may be the only piece of snow fighting equipment called into action on the Sierra. The flanger's blades act on the snow similar to the way the prow of a ship knifes through water. The snow is pushed up and deflected to the side by the angle of the blade. Raising and lowering action is controlled by the engineer from the cab. The rear blade throws snow to the right, the front blade to the left, giving the engineer a choice of direction. Signs guide the engineer in raising the blades to prevent breaking them on switches or crossings. Measuring performance in miles, the flanger heads the list. It will keep the entire stretch of line open when the snow depth does not exceed 3 feet. A well-flanged track is a safeguard for train operations. According to the snow fighters, there's no greater thrill than to ride a flanger as it rolls along the track, throwing out a white plume of snow. This is the final result of all the effort that has been expended in keeping the line over the Sierra open to freight and passenger traffic. The 45 miles of railroad running through a white, icy canyon, used by the men and the equipment of Southern Pacific, are snow-free. The rest of the Sierra may be covered with a heavy white blanket, but the trains are moving. Even through the severest winters, Southern Pacific moves an average of 25,000 passenger cars and 225,000 freight cars over the Sierra Nevada summit. To make it possible during this record-breaking winter, the railroad removed over 2 million tons of snow from the tracks. storm season in the recorded history of the Sierra, the men of Southern Pacific met an operational challenge unsurpassed since the railroad was built. Winter threw every bad weather trick in the book at them. But in the end, it had to bow to the superiority of modern equipment and the railroading know-how of the rugged and tireless men of Southern Pacific. Men whose job it is to keep open this vital artery of our nation's lifeline.
Alright then, guys. Hopefully that was a great story. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We got about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 more. We got 7 more left here. Outley ended it. So enjoy.
Centuries ago, an unknown land, its uncharted wilderness, a challenge. Now a leader of the world, a nation of 150 million people who enjoy as no one else anywhere the blessings of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. The United States of America, vast, rich, dynamic. All across this fabulous land, matchless cities rear lofty towers of hope and ambition in stone and steel, symbolic beacons of man's achievement under a system of free enterprise and representative government. Cities, centers of the nation's economic strength and cultural expression. Cities, clearinghouses for America's mammoth structure of industry, agriculture, and finance. Ocean to ocean, Canada to the Great Gulf, the land is an infinite treasury of natural resources. Productive timberlands cover 1/4 of the nation's land area, assure an adequate supply of forest products for myriad industries. Lakes, rivers refresh the land and serve the people. Rich stores of minerals, coal, copper, aluminum, iron, gold, silver, zinc, lead, manganese, and many, many more are wrested from the earth, skillfully converted into necessities and luxuries. These unsurpassed natural resources make America a colossus of productive power. From this fertile land, 9 million farmers produce an abundant variety of agricultural products. A bountiful supply of the bread and meat that makes Americans the best fed people on earth. Industrial America, the amazing accomplishment of inventive genius, built with the brain and brawn of a free, aggressive people. In 250,000 factories throughout the land, workers are turning out goods of incredible variety and quality. Industrial wealth beyond compare. And all of this vast agricultural and industrial development and production is dependent upon mass transportation. American railroads move anything, anywhere, anytime. They provide the most efficient, dependable transportation in the world. The purchasing power of the American people is unequaled anywhere. The American people work hard and spend freely. America is a nation of homes, large, small, modest, and pretentious. They represent comfort and security, a pleasant family life. Power behind this great nation is coal. Utilization of heat and power is a necessity to progress. In America, by far the greatest single source of heat and power is coal.
A primary use of coal is in the home. Today, prepared coal is burned scientifically in modern, efficient furnaces fed by mechanical stokers. The domestic consumer demands an economic fuel of high quality, and he asks for equipment designed especially to burn. Through extensive research and experimentation, the bituminous coal industry and the stoker manufacturer, working hand in hand, fulfill this consumer demand to provide the utmost in fuel satisfaction. Schools, factories, and office buildings are heated uniformly and economically with bituminous coal. Most large buildings burn especially prepared coal in furnaces fed by mechanical stokers. This prepared coal is clean. It leaves the minimum of ash and produces maximum heat. The experience of millions of users establishes that coal is the one fuel which is always dependable. Bituminous coal creates almost 50% of all the energy used to drive the wheels, generate the current, provide the light and power that American commerce requires. And some of it goes into the making of the world's tastiest hot biscuits, too. Our public utilities use bituminous coal as the primary agent for the production of gas and the generation of electrical power. Thus, coal's energy is transmitted into other forms. Coal is indispensable in the manufacture of iron and steel. Coke, a byproduct of coal, is used as the principal heating agent in producing steel from iron ore. Steel for skyscrapers, steel for bridges, steel for railroads, for machinery and tools, for plows, steel for national defense. Coal is the major railroad fuel, providing the power behind that indispensable system of mass transportation. And it powers ships which plow the seven seas. But coal is far more than a fuel. It is the most prolific raw material known to chemistry. The magic of modern industrial chemistry has produced innumerable new products and better replacements for old ones. In today's byproduct plants, coal is burned in airless ovens. And from this wondrous mineral are extracted coke, gases, ammonia, and coal tar, bases for a multitude of modern chemicals. Coke and gas used as fuel are the greatest bulk byproducts of bituminous coal. Ammonia, versatile byproduct of coal, yields many amazing derivatives. Refrigeration agents for the preservation of meat and other perishables. Fertilizers, a major ammonia derivative. Plastic, camera film, lacquer. Explosives for mines, quarries, munitions. Coal tar is another major derivative of coal. It is used in the paving of smooth, long-lasting highways, and in the form of creosote, and the important preservation of wood. And coal tar is the miracle substance of modern industrial chemistry. Black magic can attest to. It is the source of an unbelievable variety of valuable products. From this black coal tar comes a rainbow range of colors and shadings of synthetic dyes. Synthetic flavors, too. Wintergreen, vanilla, almond, peppermint, and saccharin, the sweetest of them all. Modern medicine is thoroughly dependent on coal tar. The sulfa drugs, Ativan, aspirin, antiseptics, anesthetics, and countless other healing agents come from lowly coal tar. Yes, coal is a paradox. It is the basis for explosives and poison gases. Yet, from it come delicate perfumes, the breath of romance, no less varied than the odors of natural flowers. Beauty again, sheer, lovely hosiery spun from nylon. Another magic creation from that black, smelly, sticky substance, coal tar.
amazing bituminous coal industry is the keystone in the economic structure of America. The industry in the United States has a capital investment in plant and property of over $4 billion. It employs 375,000 workers who are paid over $1,200,000,000 annually. And it spends over $100 million a year for supplies and equipment. Its direct and indirect employment combined provide a livelihood for some 4 million men and women who spend millions upon millions of dollars for food, for clothing, and for other necessities and luxuries of life. And this great industry is an example of enterprise free from monopoly. 5,000 companies operate 9,000 miles. Thousands of independent dealers throughout the country are in the business of selling and delivering coal to the consumer. And a host of manufacturers and dealers produce or sell coal-consuming equipment. Bituminous coal ranks above all other commodities in railroad tonnage and revenue. The railroads themselves use about 1/6 of the total annual production. Thus, the railroad and the coal industries are partners, each dependent upon the progress and welfare of the other. For centuries, the empire of black diamonds lay buried beneath the rugged mountains, inaccessible to the world until the railroad came. To serve the coal industry, the Norfolk and Western Railway spends many millions of dollars for efficient, adequate coal handling facilities. It designs, builds, and maintains in its own shop fleets of powerful coal-burning steam locomotives, especially designed for moving heavy tonnage trains. In the railway's great shop, workers build thousands of sturdy steel coal cars, designed to meet the varied needs of shippers and receivers of coal. Normally, 14 cars roll off the N&W's Roanoke, Virginia shop assembly line in an 8-hour day, or one every 34 minutes. The railroad maintains great inland terminals. Through Portsmouth, Ohio, 102 miles of track with 10,000 car capacity flows about 2/3 of all the coal handled by the railway. In addition to inland terminals, the Norfolk and Western tidewater facilities at Lambert's Point, near Norfolk, Virginia, are rated among the finest in the world. With considerably more than half the world's known coal reserves and a stupendous industrial demand, the United States of America occupies first place among the coal-producing countries of the world, accounting for nearly 1/3 of the annual world's production. Its value exceeds that of our combined annual production of gold, silver, copper, and iron. Richest in point of value are the coal deposits of the eastern area, containing probably 9/10 of the high-ranked coal of the country. The Appalachian region, from northern Pennsylvania into Alabama, is a huge depository of bituminous and semi-bituminous coals of the highest rank. Heart and center of this region is the territory served by the Norfolk and Western Railway, on whose lines are mined the world-famed Pocahontas, Tug River, Upper Buchanan, Thacker, Canova, and Clinch Valley coals, though universally accepted as the criteria of fuel satisfaction. The mountains of southern West Virginia, western Virginia, and eastern Kentucky are dotted with hundreds of coal dippers. Let's follow these men into the mines and see how coal is produced. In this shaft mine, the workers enter cages or elevators and descend hundreds of feet into the earth to their jobs. Drift mine entries shoot horizontally into the sides of mountains. In both drift and shaft mines, the men ride electric trains underground to the points of operation. A modern coal mine is a far cry from the days when miners laboriously hauled coal with mule and cart. A man of tremendous importance in coal mining is the experienced safety inspector, better known as the fireball.
job starts long before the miners begin working. Before each shift enters the mine, before a single passage is worked, he carefully checks for gas. He uses an extremely sensitive instrument, the methane detector. His okay must be on the face of the coal before operations begin. At the working face of a coal seam, the first operation is cut. This huge alligator-like machine with swift revolving blades is moved to the coal face and cuts deep gashes across the bottom and the center of the coal to be blasted, thus increasing the efficiency of the charge of dynamite or compressed air to come. During the cutting operation, the machine operator tests once more for gas. Sometimes the cutting machine is used to shear the face vertically. With either vertical or horizontal cuts, the coal blasts down evenly with only a little explosive and without excessive braking. Now the miners drill holes in the working face so that charges can be placed to blast the greatest amount of coal with the least explosive. The charge is passed into the drilled holes carefully, and electric fuses are connected to a battery box. The switch goes down, the coal is blasted, and a pile of black lumps will soon become a prepared fuel product. After sturdy wooden props have been erected to prevent slate falls, one of the newest of mining machines is pushed into place, the automatic coal loader. Then a string of empty cars moves up to the fallen coal, and the loader begins its magic work. A water spray is used to eliminate dust. Motors collect the loaded cars from the working faces and assemble them into strings. Throughout the day and night, these long trains come rolling from the deck. Over 500 million tons a year in the United States, a continuous flow of bituminous coal. In shaft mines, loaded cars are hauled to the elevator, and up they go, hundreds of feet to the top of the shaft, where they are automatically dumped into a chute leading to the tipple. In drift or horizontal mines, loaded trains buzz from the interior, sometimes run several miles along the mountainside before reaching the top of the tipple, called the head house. At the head house, each car is run to a rotary dumper and quickly turned over. The coal spills into a conveyor belt. Another example of the newer mining equipment. And the car quickly returns to the track as another takes its place. The belt conveys the coal without breakage or dust. Taker screens on the tipple grade the coal according to size: flax, pea, nuts, soles, egg, and lump. The smaller sizes are washed by air or water to eliminate foreign matter. Larger sizes pass directly to the picking tables, where keen-eyed experts spot and remove slate and rock. After the washing and cleansing, coal is re-screened, assuring a clean, uniformly sized product. Coal passes next to a flexible loading boom, poised above railroad cars. It flows gently and evenly into the big cars as automatic sprays sprinkle it with oil or other chemicals. This is the famed dustless treatment, the final operation in the production of clean fuel satisfaction. Thus, the process of mining, grading, and preparation is completed. The finished product is ready to roll. From the myriad spur lines up hidden mountain hollows, from more than 100 mines in southern West Virginia, Western Virginia, and eastern Kentucky, come the mine trains to assemble in the great inland yard. Then the mightiest steam power of the Norfolk and Western Railway begins its long trip for hundreds of miles over the steep mountain grades across the Allegheny, westward to the great manufacturing centers and to the lake ports, eastward to other centers of industry, and down to the sea. The railroad, a potent driving force with a tremendous job to do. A job that is carried on every hour of every day and in the darkness of night, in rain and sleet and burning sun, swiftly and efficiently. Without the railroad, there could be no mass movement of this vital commodity. From the steep peaks to the hilly lands, to the broad valleys, to the coastal plains, trains west toward the sea with their cargoes of black ice. Most impressive of all Norfolk and Western coal handling facilities is the great ocean terminal at Norfolk, Virginia. Here, the interminable strings of loaded cars rush from the west to meet the steady stream of ocean-going vessels. Here, the coal commerce of America rubs elbows with other commerce of our own land and the nations of the world. Vast, complex, a maze of tracks converging on gigantic steel piers, thrusting their girders over deep waters. This is Lambert's Point. Let's see what takes place when ships come here for coal. As the ship approaches, yard crews shift cars into position from which they drift by gravity to the scale. Meanwhile, a sturdy tug moves over the blue waters to meet the freighter. It shepherds the ship to the pier, recognized as one of the most modern and efficient coal piers in existence. The tug noses are big charge alongside. It is docked, and loading operations are ready to begin. Now the cars of coal ordered for this ship are rolling slowly across the scale. An automatic instrument of wondrous precision weighs each car. Weights are transmitted by telautograph to the pier office. The cars drift on down to the Barney hub. The cars are carried through this entire operation by remote control. The Barney, sometimes called the mule, emerges from the pit and pushes the coal car up the incline. The car drifts through the steam thawing shed used to facilitate dumping in cold weather. Emerging, it passes upon a retarding device which slows it down. The switch is thrown. The mechanical brain controlling the amazingly synchronized operation is in motion. The great patch which will receive the coal is lowered to the ship. As each car passes the pier office, it is finally checked off as delivered to the ship. Entering the elevator, the loaded car bumps off a returned empty and is automatically locked into position. The elevator ascends. A rubber-covered retarding device on the great pan moves into position to receive the coal. Now the car with its top covered with an overlapping hood is turned on its side. The coal slowly spills out the gate and the hood rolls gently into the pan. The retarder backs slowly before the coal, easing it into the telescopic chute. An automatic chemical sprinkler adds an exact moisture content to meet specific demands. Now the great telescopic chute, filled with coal, moves closer to the ship's deck. It is projected slowly down into the deep hold of the vessel. This chute is a huge and intricate mechanism, but highly flexible. The tremor, or conveyor, slides from the chute's mouth. The tremor, another of the coal distribution industry's newest machines, is almost human, as it directs the flow of coal to the farthest corners of the hold and spreads it evenly. The long trip from mine to ship's hold is complete. The empty car is lowered to the pier track level and is bumped from the elevator by the oncoming loaded car. The empty rolls down the incline and up the switchback. It reverses direction and rolls back on the return track into the empty yard, soon to rejoin a train of other empties for the journey west, back to the mountains and the mines to be loaded again and again in the endless cycle of production. The ship is full, the job is done, and soon this great coal carrier will steam out to sea. But other ships will come to take more cargoes of coal. Coastwise ships from the north and south, and ships from afar off across the seven seas. For the need for coal is universal, and the fame of fuel satisfaction is world renowned. And so, in a world where the power of harnessed energy is vital to progress, the United States of America looks with pride upon its vast stores of unexcelled coal. For coal is power. It is the greatest single source of heat and energy convertible to the needs of mankind. By the use of coal, man has made iron his slave. And by the use of iron, man rules the world. Through the wizardry of modern industrial chemistry, coal now emerges as the most useful raw material known to man, a prolific source of an infinite variety of valuable materials. Without coal in abundance, industrial development as it exists in the United States today could not have been possible. The Norfolk and Western Railway is proud of its contribution to the nation's progress in providing indispensable transportation for coal, the power behind the greatest nation on earth.
Where are we now, Bob?
Well, we're making good time, son. But we're not even to Pennsylvania yet.
Is that near California?
Nowhere's near California, son.
We've been traveling a long time.
Yep. It'll be 6 months before we get way out there. Maybe longer.
It says here, these new railroads will get you out there pretty quick when they get them built.
Oh, them railroads.
Those railroads.
That's what I said. Talk about railroads. What good are they?
Here comes another station, huh?
That's what I call traveling. There's nothing better than a good team of horses. Easy, boys, easy.
Mom, look! The railroad!
Oh, doggone railroad. Oh, easy. Ready? Oh, oh.
Boy! Oh, boy!
Oh, yeah, steady, boys, easy. Oh.
I'd like to ride the railroad.
What for? You gotta go just where those two little rails go. Suppose you want to go somewhere else.
I wouldn't care, as long as it was a railroad.
It says here, they're building a new railroad in Pennsylvania, and the first part is going to open in September. 61 miles long. Furthermore, it says here, son, that it is going to connect at Harrisburg, the capital, with a state-owned line from Philadelphia. And then people can ride a railroad train all the way to Lordstown.
So the expanding age of transportation began. America built railroads, and the railroads helped to build America. Soon, the 61 miles of track from Harrisburg to Lewistown extended west to Pittsburgh and east to the great seaport of Philadelphia. Commerce, agriculture, industry, people, all these followed the course of the railroad. And the towns along the route began to enjoy a new prosperity.
Here out west, by way of Pittsburgh. I never would have believed it.
I'm sure it's moving fast. Why, I remember when the railroad got its start back in 1846. Took it quite a while to get to Lewistown. Yep, then to Pittsburgh. And now with connections all the way out west. Yes, sir. Sure are moving fast these days. Just so fast, gentlemen. Just so fast. Nothing will ever take the place of the Hawks.
But America was on the march, and her railroads meant her progress. They set the pattern for a great and vigorous nation. By 1871, the little line that so proudly expanded west to Pittsburgh had already become a great and growing network, the connecting railroad link between the east and west coasts of a vast continent. Along with this progress, commerce increased throughout the nation. The folks out west now had access to the products of the east. Mrs. Pioneer was no longer isolated from the cities. She could dress in the same height of fashion as her sisters in the east.
Oh, Ella, look. Aren't these lovely dresses?
Yes, ma'am. That's a new issue of Godey's Ladies' Book. Just got in by railroad from Philadelphia. I received some new materials, too. Let me show you.
I just can't wait to make one of these dresses.
In step with the march of progress, railroad operating methods improved. The old highball signal gave way in time to the semaphore and to automatic position light signals. The old iron rail was replaced by the modern steel rail with a deep, safe roadbed. Wooden cars gave way to all steel construction. And to the original crudely operated brake was added a new invention, the air brake, which has contributed so much to make your railroad the safest form of transportation. By 1880, many thousand miles of track had been laid. The progress of America and the progress of its railroads became one and the same thing. Electricity was harnessed to the railroad. Tunnels were dug under the Hudson River so trains could go directly to the heart of New York City. And Pennsylvania Station became a reality, serving in the last 10 years alone more than 757 million passengers. The all-rail link with New England and the South and West was established. Industrial America sprang up along the railroads. Factories and jobs, steel plants and more jobs, and foundries. Our agriculture, our mines, our great mills, and oil wells, the whole national economy tied together by sinews of steel. The original 61 miles of track from Harrisburg to Lewistown became a system whose network of tracks totals more than 26,000 miles. From one passenger train each day to more than 2,500 trains every day. From one freight train twice a week to more than 5,000 freight trains every 24 hours. And transporting freight is the biggest job of all. From farm and factory and mine, carrying food, finished products, and coal with a trainload. Coal to furnish power for industry, heat and light for our buildings and homes. From one corner of America to the other, freight trains roll along, tying the nation together, keeping its business on the move. With railroads working as a team, making America a vast network of rails, a giant system for better and faster service. But moving cars over the rails is only one part of railroading. Let's look behind the scenes of a great freight yard and see how cars are assembled into trains for fast through runs to their destinations. This is known as the hump operation. It speeds the handling of freight and helps make possible today's fast freight limiteds, which move on schedule just like passenger trains. As cars are received, they're pushed up an incline. On the way, they pass over an inspection pit. This is a regular check for safety. As the cars reach the top of the incline, called the hump, they are uncoupled sometimes singly, sometimes in groups. From here, they roll to their proper tracks by gravity, 3 to 4 every minute. Masterminding this operation are the men in the control towers. The tower operator works from a teletype list, showing the numbers of freight cars and the order in which they will move over the hump. The tower operator, by manipulating small levers, sets the switches to route each car to its proper track. Another set of levers controls retarders, which reduce the speed of the car. In this great freight yard, more than 40 tracks are available for quickly assembling all types of cars into freight trains which operate on fast, regular schedule for many destinations, serving industry, serving business, serving you. Refrigerator cars for perishables. Flat cars, this one with tractors. Coal cars. Tank cars. Cars with lumber. Steel. Livestock. Merchandise of all kinds. Yes, virtually everything you use in your daily life travels first as freight. Container cars with individual units for less than carload lots, so constructed that each container may be shifted from car to car according to its destination. Here's a freight train pulling out. Let's go with it as it starts its journey, for this is the way America moves its goods, more economically than by any other means of transportation. In the caboose, members of the crew serve as lookouts, watchful of their train. From the shelter on the engine tender, a brakeman watches from the head end. In the cabs of both freight and passenger locomotives, an added safety precaution. Signal panels give the engineer and the fireman constant information about track conditions ahead. Those illuminated dots on the panels reproduce the wayside signals, regardless of outside visibility. If a signal changes to a less favorable indication, a warning whistle sounds, which the engineer must acknowledge by turning off the sounding device. New technical developments, like radar, for instance, are constantly explored for their possible application to railroad safety and efficiency. Research never ends. Already, for added safety, there is now in operation the train telephone, in use on both freight and passenger trains. It is typical of the fruits of never-ending research.
Engine Extra 6841 West, calling Mifflin Signal Tower. Engine Extra 6841 West, calling Mifflin Signal Tower. Over. Mifflin Signal Tower, answering Engine Extra 6841 West. Over.
Making use of electric currents in the tracks and along telephone lines paralleling the tracks, two-way telephone communication is established between engine and signal towers along the route. From one train to another. And between locomotive engineer and crew members riding the caboose.
Yes, I understand. I'll call you again when we pass Huntington.
And so a nation's freight keeps rolling, keeping a nation's business on the move, providing also a link to foreign countries the world over. Some of these cars, loaded with coal, will arrive at seaports for ships that sail the 7 seas. Others will go to inland ports for vessels that sail the Great Lakes. Coal cars by the thousands, unloaded at the rate of 1 every minute. An ingenious device known as a pig pushes each car up the incline. The car is then raised to the dumper and quickly unloaded. Other cars are destined for the car floats. At New York, for instance, much of the food and merchandise for the city is handled in that way. Cars loaded with wheat and other grains will find their way to the grain elevator for storage until the ship is ready to carry on the journey. Other cars carry ore and minerals. When iron ore arrives by ship, These giant unloaders pick up 17 tons in a bite and unload a vessel in a matter of hours. This is the vital material which feeds our great steel mills. Vital because steel is the basis of American industry. Still one other phase of this vast business of moving goods from one place to another is door-to-door delivery, which provides the last link in the chain of nationwide transportation service. But a railroad is not alone a thing of steel and cars and rails. There is something else, something that gives it warmth and life and vitality, something that makes it click. Railroad men and women. Yes, railroading is people constantly trained for their jobs to give friendly, efficient railroad service. Take Jim, for instance, an engineer on a cracked blue ribbon train. Jim's father was a railroad man, and Jim's boy wants to be a railroad man too. After his day with his family, Jim has a job to do. Let's go with it and see some of the 1,001 things that make a great railroad. Here is his locomotive, one of the biggest of a fleet of nearly 5,000 engines. It is brought out of the roundhouse, ready for its run. Its tender is filled with water and coal. And now it will be coupled to the train. The air and steam lines are connected and the air brakes tested. Meanwhile, you have bought your ticket. Perhaps you've made a reservation. The reservation bureau has it ready for you. You may prefer the savings and economy of the air-conditioned reclining seat coach. Or perhaps you prefer the air-conditioned parlor car. Or a roomette, a bedroom, or master bedroom for an overnight journey. All aboard! Jim slowly opens the throttle, and you are on your way. Meanwhile, from the signal tower that controls the maze of tracks and switches at every large terminal, Jim's route out of the station is lined up. The model board displays every track, switch, and signal light leading into and out of the area controlled by the tower. The movement of every train within the area is indicated by changing lights on the board. Here we can follow the course of Jim's train as it moves out of the station. Signal towers along the route control the movement of every train. Meanwhile, meals are served in the dining car by men and women who, like all railroad employees, are constantly schooled in courtesy and efficiency. And passengers relax in comfort as the teamwork of a great organization makes their journey safe and sure through scenes of natural beauty. Today's trains, fine as they are about to be surpassed in beauty, comfort, and conveniences. New cars and new trains, more individual rooms for the privacy of yourself and your family. Beautiful coaches, finer lounge cars, all these are now being built to make tomorrow's railroad travel not only the safest, but the most luxurious the world has ever known. Progress, new services, improvements, and safety are the tools of the railroad team. Jim is part of that team, and the most modern automatic electric signaling system in the world guides him safely on. Jim knows the organization behind his job, which includes an army of maintenance men who keep the roadway in shape. Track walkers are constantly making their rounds of inspection. Then there is the train dispatcher's office, which directs the movement of all trains and keeps a record of their progress. Jim knows, too, that every signal tower along the way will be notified of his progress, and that each tower will report his time of passing to the train dispatcher. He knows that every point in the system may be kept in touch with at all times. Messages of every kind are constantly sent and received by teletype. Telephone exchanges permit instant communication to all points of the system. This exchange, just one of many, is big enough for a city of 15,000. Electricity, too, plays an important part in railroading. In areas of great traffic density, electrification speeds operations. This is the power director's room, where electrified trackage and the necessary lines are shown on a giant chart. Hot lines are indicated by lights. In another room, the load dispatcher makes sure that the supply lines from the powerhouses to the railroad are functioning properly. A battery of instruments records the load on every line. This tremendous power is at the fingertips of the engineer of the electric locomotive. Still another important part of railroading is the building and maintenance of equipment. You do things big when you build for the railroads. Giant castings made in one piece become the frames for modern locomotives. Driving wheels in an endless procession, accurately balanced, tested, and double-checked. Skilled craftsmen hammer and rivet to create these towering boilers. Other men build and repair all types of freight and passenger cars. New construction and maintenance on a broad basis. Welding flues for boilers. Melting iron for castings. Preparing molds. Checking. Grinding. Heating. Punching. These are just a few of the many big jobs which go on behind the scenes, with automatic lathes and precision machines helping to keep up the pace. A small forging is needed. A bigger piece for a bracket on a freight car. A mighty chunk, the driving rod for a locomotive. And all this activity follows a well-thought-out pattern to keep countless projects going and progressing all the time in order to turn out the stuff that keeps the railroads rolling. When finally a newly designed locomotive has received its last coat of paint, it is ready for a run in the locomotive test plant, the only one of its kind in America, where every engine becomes a colossal guinea pig, and where it is put through tests which simulate every condition encountered on the road. Ready for a test run under its own power, slowly at first while the experts watch every move. Then, gradually, the throttle is open. Instruments chart and record vital data for the mechanical engineers, so that the engine's performance will be perfect before it goes into service on the road. But let's go back to Jim. He has completed his run, which has taken him away from home overnight. He will rest now before his return journey in a railroad man's dormitory, built and operated by the railroad. Here he may wash up, meet with his fellow railroad men, play a game of cards, and get a comfortable rest. Meanwhile, the engines are thoroughly inspected, washed and cleaned, and made ready for their next runs. Many different types of locomotives come in for their regular checkup. These are electric engines, powered by 11,000 volts through overhead wires. Here is one of the new diesels. Modern railroads use all types of power. This giant is one of a great fleet of newly developed multiple-cylinder steam locomotives, which are now ready to haul tomorrow's brand new trains. Here is the power for the new era of rail transportation, power which already has been joined by a newly developed steam turbine locomotive, which operates without driving rods or cylinders. Truly, transportation has come a long way since the days of the covered wagon and the stagecoach, and the little old choo-choo of 100 years ago. Progress like this is the result of ever searching for new things, ever searching to improve in order to perform more efficiently. For research is a vital part of railroading, to make tomorrow's transportation better than today's. Here, rail is tested under a pressure of 1,000,000 pounds per square inch. finding out about springs for a smoother ride, studying and testing metals, materials, and parts for better quality, for greater safety, for smoother, faster performance. Testing the qualities of coal. To perform properly in a locomotive, coal should swell up. The rubber glove test, where gloves are immersed in water and subjected to 50,000 volts. The tiniest flaw can be fatal to a lineman handling high-tension wires. See that spark leaking through? Rejected. Checking metals for defects. Electric currents and iron filings locate a flaw invisible to the naked eye. The headlight reflector test. Photoelectric cells measure its intensity on a white target to make sure that on a night run, the locomotive engineer will have a clear view of the track ahead. Yes, we do have a clear view of the track ahead, the track that leads us to the years ahead. For America has developed this transportation system that ties together our industry, our trade, our agriculture, our nation. Far beyond its own territory, its cars and trains travel over many connecting lines for uninterrupted journeys between the east and the north and south and west. Between Washington, New York, New England, and Montreal. The north and the south, by many connecting lines, straight through, without change. The east and the southwest, through the St. Louis Gateway, to the great cities of Texas, and over the border to Mexico City. The east and the far west, through the Chicago Gateway, a choice of routes connecting the Atlantic and Pacific without change of cars. Here is a transportation system permitting through passenger service without change, a service which had its beginning in 1852 and which has been steadily expanding ever since to serve us now and in the future. For this is the age of tremendous transportation needs, and mass transportation is therefore the keystone on which the progress of America depends. In the vanguard of that progress are the railroads, moving America's goods, its people, economically, swiftly, and above all, safely, ever at the nation's service. There is something about a train going by, a train run by people and carrying people, that has a strong appeal, not only for small boys like Johnny, but for all of us. Just about everybody likes to watch trains roar by and travel with them in imagination. Johnny doesn't know it, but a good deal of coordinated effort went into serving the passengers before they boarded this train. This farmer is making a trip to the west. His local agent made a sleeping car reservation for him through the Chicago Reservation Bureau. This businessman from an eastern city had his reservation made at the city ticket office. And this young couple, at the suggestion of a passenger traffic representative at the city ticket office, these honeymooners are going to Seattle with a stopover in Yellowstone Park. All of their sleeping car and hotel reservations were arranged in advance. Johnny doesn't realize that public appreciation of these services not only creates passenger revenue, but increases freight earnings as well. He does, however, like to watch the trains go by. For there is also a strong appeal in long freight trains, pulling so many cars loaded with merchandise or with farm produce or livestock. And there are many reasons for that appeal, for railroads affect our lives far more than we realize. The Milwaukee Road brought in materials, equipment, supplies, and people to help build the town where Johnny lives. And the road continues helping the area to grow in population and wealth. Representatives of the Agricultural and Mineral Development Department discussed problems with farmers in the area, counseling with them about livestock, advising them on soil conservation, markets, and shipping, and helping them make the most efficient use of their lands. Geologists connected with the department aid in the development of the mineral resources in various sections of the 12 states through which the road operates. All of those services affect Johnny's life and the lives of many millions of people along the railroad. His bicycle was shipped to town over the Milwaukee Road, but that story began more than a year ago and several hundred miles away, when a representative of the road's industrial department called on a manufacturer who was interested in finding a site for a new plant.
How do you do, Mr. Jannison? Colbert's my name.
Oh, yes. You're from the Milwaukee Road.
That's right.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Colbert. Have a chair.
Thank you.
Well, have you found a site that you think will answer our needs?
Yes, I think so. There are a number of sites available, Mr. Jannison. I brought along some maps to show you the exact location. Now, here's what we had in mind for you particularly. This plot right here, right along the main line, if you will notice.
Colbert described the parcels of land in detail and explained the availability of power supply, water, materials, and manpower in the area. Later on, he talked it over with the general agent of the Milwaukee Road's Freight Traffic Department.
So, Jim, that's the site the Jannison Products Company has chosen. It's right on our main line.
Fine, Joe. I'll make an appointment with them right away to go over the traffic features and check into their sources of supply and distribution areas.
Jannison gave me the name of their contractor. Yes, here it is, Jim.
I'll get in touch with him and try to get the construction material routed our way. And I want to learn about the kind of power and heating they'll use. Then we'll be able to suggest the sources of fuel supply that are on our line.
I told Jannison some of the advantages our road can offer, but of course I left most of that for you.
Okay, Joe, I'll give him a thorough explanation of the road's facilities and show him how we can serve his interests.
Within a few months, the site was purchased from its owners, the new plant erected, and track laid from the main line, all as a result of the services given by the industrial and traffic departments. Manufacturing was begun, and in due time, the first shipment of merchandise was put into a Milwaukee Road train and sped to its destination. In one of those cars was Johnny's bicycle, a milestone in his young life. But there is much more to the story, for shipments of freight required main track and cars with engines to pull them. For nearly a century, the Milwaukee Road has been laying and maintaining track. Here, from a foreman's track motor car, we see a maintenance crew at work. These men are removing old ballast, which has become muddy and is no longer suitable. As part of maintenance, worn-out ties are replaced with new, treated hardwood ties. Engineers from the safety department continually check working conditions and teach workmen and supervisors safe practices as a means of preventing injury to employees. Here we see the unloading of new ballast from specially designed cars, which distribute it evenly between the rails and outside the rails as required. A power jack is used to raise the track, so new ballast can be tamped under the ties. Special power machines tamp the new ballast solidly, and after it is leveled in the center of the track, a power dressing machine is used to shape the shoulders, leaving a clean, smooth roadbed. The work of maintenance requires many thousands of skilled and competent employees to keep the track in top condition over nearly 16,000 miles of main line and sidings. The work of other thousands is required to keep the traffic moving. At the freight houses, less than carload lots are loaded in station order. Shipments must be handled carefully and properly stowed to save loading space and to expedite unloading at other freight houses en route. Car inspectors carefully check loads to make sure that shipments are properly secured. Inspectors from the claim prevention and refrigeration department make sure that cars are properly iced or otherwise protected against hot or extremely cold weather. At a large freight house, bills of lading for LCL collect shipments are photostated, making it possible for the bill of lading to move with the shipment instead of a waybill. A waybill goes through many hands, including the receiving clerk, route clerk, check clerk, agent's office, rate clerk, revising clerk, counter clerk, chief bill clerk, auditor, and sometimes others, depending on the nature of the shipment. After the cars are loaded, they are made up into merchandise trains for outbound movement, directly from the freight house. Other trains, such as time freights or dispatch freights, are made up at the freight yards. Loaded cars brought in by transfer runs from other lines or from distant cities, and cars loaded by local shippers are combined into trains for outbound movement. They will be hauled by one of these giants being readied at the roundhouse, where the roundhouse foreman knows the class of engine required for each train and when it will be needed. He and the boiler foreman make a final check of available power and select an engine that can be serviced and made ready for an on-time departure. The locomotive is fired up, then moved out of the roundhouse to a turntable, to be directed to the proper track for final servicing. This includes taking on coal and water. The engineer and fireman climb aboard and head for the train yards. Meanwhile, at the yardmaster's office, the conductor signs the register, checks his watch, and gets his orders and waybills. Later, he checks watches with the engineer and gives him a copy of the orders, which the engineer reads back to him. The engineer then hands the orders to the fireman to read, while the conductor walks back to the caboose. And this train is on its way. The conductor will check his orders with the brakeman, then put his waybills in order as the train rolls out to the main line, taking products and materials to people, those millions of people whose lives are interwoven with the services given by railroads. Up at the head end, the engineer watches the signals, give him a clear track, and all along the line, other employees are doing their jobs. Among these are the signal maintainers, who make sure all automatic signals are operating properly. The dispatchers who direct train movements, record them on train sheets, and keep the traffic flowing on schedule. And there are the telegraph and telephone operators who forward information on train movements. All of these are helping to keep the trains moving safely and on time. On sections of the line, operators at centralized traffic control boards direct traffic up to 100 miles away. And from the changing lights, know the location and movement of all trains within their section. Johnny knows a little about how trains are kept going, for he operates his own line in a small way, and he knows that equipment and maintenance are required to keep any railroad in operation. Perhaps as he fixes a part of his toy train, he visualizes similar activities on a grown-up railroad. If he does, might see the Milwaukee shops, largest of several that the road has built in a number of cities where new passenger and freight cars are built, engines repaired and rebuilt, equipment and material maintained and reclaimed. Here, as well as everywhere on the railroad, the safety department, with its staff of safety engineers, is continually promoting safe practices and devices to prevent injury to employees. Here are large foundries where tons of metal are melted down. From giant bull ladles, the molten fluid is poured into pouring ladles, from which the skilled foundry men pour it into molds to produce car wheels and other parts for cars and engines. There are machine shops where huge pieces are fashioned into parts that fit perfectly. In the erecting shop, the boilers and machinery of the locomotives are repaired or rebuilt. When completed, the engine is moved out onto a transfer table and taken to a track leading to the roundhouse. Here at the roundhouse, locomotives are continually being serviced, given routine light repairs, or heavy classified repairs, which are essentially a complete overhauling. There are blacksmith shops where huge parts are heated in forging furnaces, then placed under steam hammers to be roughly formed before final machining. These parts are used for engine and car repairs. Maintenance of freight cars is also continually in operation, either at the shops or on repair tracks in several sections of the country. Repairs made by people whose careful work results in better operation of the road. The Milwaukee Road builds its own cars, thousands of them, of all types: boxcars, gondolas, passenger cars, mail cars, diners, beaver tails, and special equipment such as snow plows and snow cup wideners. Our friend Johnny would like to come here and see a freight car being built. He'd see the main sill brought in. This is the backbone of the underframe. He'd see the huge underframe turned over, ready for mounting on the trucks. He'd see the trucks lowered into place, and the underframe lowered onto them. Then the welding of the underframe, the sides and ends moved into position. And finally, the new cars coming out at the rate of one every hour or less, sometimes 90 or more cars a week. Possibly he realizes something of all this as he waves to train crews, for he knows that somewhere these trains are built and maintained. But he can't visualize the enormity of the work, or know the requirements for the purchase and storing of thousands of parts. The purchasing and stores department of the Milwaukee Road sometimes spends $50 million in 1 year for more than 80,000 items. Many of these parts are held only as safeguards against any emergency or unusual condition. Others are used frequently. Still others are bought for improvement purposes. With so large a stock, careful planning and handling are necessary to avoid loss or waste. From 40 to 50,000 carloads of material are moved each year through storehouses located in 33 towns. The main stock of locomotive tires for the entire railroad and the main stock of car wheels are maintained here at Milwaukee. In the lumber yard, an average of more than 5 million feet of lumber is unit piled for fast handling, and this is duplicated at many other points. Each year, approximately 2.5 million ties are purchased, given preservative treatment, and distributed to take care of necessary renewals. The stores department has charge of the purchase, storing, and movement of coal, and many other operations in yards over the entire line. Over $4 million are spent each year for lubricating oils and fuel oils, which require special handling for protection against fire, leakage, and low temperatures. At this enormous Milwaukee plant, and in several other smaller plants, the work of building and maintaining equipment goes on endlessly, so trains will run on schedule, and the road can serve the needs of millions of people Johnny doesn't know that the Milwaukee Road helps to pay for his education by payment of taxes used for maintenance of schools and for other useful purposes in the territory served. But he does know that there are such things as addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication. And while he works on how much A should pay to B, the Milwaukee Road is busy on somewhat larger problems of accounting and finance. The Department of Accounting and Finance employs about 1,500 people and occupies a 6-story office building, plus the office of the controller in the Chicago Union Station. It receives reports from all over the system and accounts for expenditures for labor, materials, fuel, and supplies. These records are made by punching the information into cards on key punch machines, which also prepare the base data for payrolls. Other machine installations are used for the accounting of freight and passenger revenue. The punched cards are fed into accounting machines, which prepare summary reports and detailed lists. These machines also produce the payrolls from the cards previously punched and automatically make deductions for such items as income tax, railroad retirement tax, board, watches, and so on. Still another machine is busy turning out paychecks, thousands upon thousands of them, complete with name and all other pertinent information. In the office of the freight auditor and the auditor of passenger accounts, records of freight and passenger revenues are kept and interline settlements made for the railroad's portion of the revenue earned for service rendered. And in another office, car records are maintained from daily reports, making it possible to know at all times where cars are located and when cars are received from or delivered to connecting lines. Reports are received by the Transportation Department from the chief dispatchers of each division, so that cars of the right kind may be made available at the right places to take care of the shipping needs of the railroad's customers. It is known when these cars will again be available to shippers, and the Transportation Department will arrange to have them where they are needed, ready for loading at the proper time. The location of passenger cars and their availability for regular and special trains is also known. This train carrying mail, baggage, express, and people is now in the northwest on the electrified line. Passengers look out over fabulous scenes of mountains, of extravagant colors coming brightly through the thin, clear atmosphere. Some will stop off at Gallatin Gateway for a vacation in Yellowstone Park, this most famous of American resorts. Meanwhile, this honeymooning couple have been enjoying every moment of their trip. The clean, crisp linens, the excellent food on the diner, and the courteous service. They may wonder how these services are accomplished, perhaps not right at this moment, but they'll remember when the trip is over. Part of the answer would be found at the commissary in Chicago, where about 100 tons of meat and poultry and 1,500 cases of eggs are provided for the diners every month. The Milwaukee Road serves nearly 2.5 million meals each year. The service of these meals requires clean, fresh linens, and the road's own laundry provides them. Here are 3 of the largest washers in existence, modern and electrically operated. And ironing is also a large-scale mechanical operation, for all linens must be ready for outgoing trains. Those clean white jackets worn by waiters and porters are pressed 6 at a time on these steam presses. And that's only part of the job of getting the trains ready for the comfort and convenience of passengers. In the coach yard, the cars are thoroughly cleaned inside and out, and diners are stocked with the finest of food. On trains such as the Olympian, it's up to Milwaukee Road employees to see to it that passengers are provided with every comfort. This is equally true on the Pioneer Limited and on all Milwaukee Road trains. On the Hiawatha's, for example, the comforts made available through the commissary and laundry are continued through prompt, courteous service on the diner. The same type of service is available on the luxurious Beaver Tail cars. Appreciation of these comforts by businessmen frequently leads to freight revenue, for many of these men are shippers. Much business also results from employees of the road who send in traffic tip cards. Here's an interesting card. A tip when a large number of salesmen call to the general headquarters of their company located in the Twin Cities. Let's see what happens to it after it is received by a passenger traffic representative.
All right. Thank you. And, Mr. Gregg, since we've learned your company is arranging a sales meeting with representatives of your various offices, I'm here to offer the services of the Milwaukee Road.
I'm glad you stopped in. Just going over the plans of that meeting. Got any ideas?
Yes, sir. Now, with the majority of your men coming from points east and south of Chicago, I would suggest that they all leave Chicago together on our afternoon Hiawatha. I know that you've used that train yourself and are familiar with it.
Yes, good train. They give you good service.
They certainly do. And it would allow your men to renew old acquaintances.
Mm-hmm. How about tickets and reservations?
Oh, we can take care of that very nicely, Mr. Gregg. We'll arrange to meet your representatives and see that their tickets and reservations are all in order.
All right. That would relieve me of a lot of detail. By the way, would you mind telling me how you learned about this meeting?
Not at all, Mr. Gregg. You see, we have about 40,000 employees who are on the alert for new business. They send in tip cards about passenger travel and freight business they hear about.
Well, that's a great idea. They got to introduce that among our own people.
And it is a great idea. Many tons of freight and thousands of passengers have been carried as a result of tip cards. And millions of dollars in revenue have been brought to the office of the treasurer, later to be dispersed in operating expenses and paychecks to employees. The thousands who work together, who are bound together in one effort to serve the public with better freight and passenger transportation. But many of these people, although they work together, have never met one another and do not know what sort of work the others do. There is, however, one more railroader who does know all of them and whose job it is to help bring them together. He is Mr. PR, which is short for public relations. This little fellow is responsible for keeping employees continually informed about what others are doing and what the road itself is doing. He issues press stories on matters of interest, supervises the tip card plan, provides speakers, and helps find entertainment for employee and public groups. Cooperates with the Milwaukee Road Service Clubs in the preparation and conduct of their meetings. And he publishes the Milwaukee Magazine, which is sent to employees. He does his best to bring them together. For all the thousands employed by the Milwaukee Road are together, blending their efforts toward one result, that of building the road's reputation through courteous and expert performance of duties. For these people are the Milwaukee Road. It is a railroad built by people and operated by people for the service of people.
For more than a century, the haunting voice of the Iron Horse echoed across the land. From the eastern seaboard, over the seemingly endless plains and through the western mountains, steam locomotives fused a sprawling landmass into a solid nation. Theirs was a call to dreamers of every age, wafting them from humdrum schoolroom or office to fancied adventures on the high iron. Lucky the boy who one day could say he had seen them in action, for by 1960 the age of steam had virtually ended, and the thrill of seeing a mammoth engine at work was to be only a happy memory of childhood. Of all the locomotives in the long history of the rails, one of the greatest was called Big Boy, a name by which the world knew an engine that closed a memorable era in Western railroading. It was the last of the giants. Built as machines to produce transportation, steam locomotives seldom were endowed with grace of line, and then never at the sacrifice of efficiency and power or speed. For those who ran them and serviced them, the 25 engines of our 4000 class climaxed American steam freight locomotive design. So Big Boy was a railroad man's everyday working tool. But it had romantic aspects, too, in the dreams of those grown-up youths who, as bankers or teachers or house painters, secretly yearned to trade places with the engineer in his cab. The sight of Big Boy fighting the grades of Wyoming Sherman Hill was, to these aficionados, a picture more treasured than any in the world's galleries. The shattering sounds from its stacks and the moan of its chime whistle more stirring than any concert hall melody. Rugged and powerful, it was on call around the clock, around the calendar, to ride a trail of steel as it drew bales and boxes and carloads of the world's goods, from east to west to east again. Although its evolution began a century and a quarter before the music of this machine ever rang through Utah's Weaver Canyon or drummed across the Rocky Mountain Plateau, Big Boy's true ancestors were more recent. Locomotives like Big Boy were products of grueling schedules versus little engines. When business surged ahead in the West around the turn of the century, railroads serving that territory found they needed more power for increasingly longer trains. The power problem raised by lengthening a train had long been met by adding another locomotive. Double heading saved time on urgent freight, but it also meant investment in extra locomotives, expensive machines whose periods of usefulness were subject to the rise and fall of business. Nevertheless, it was a grand sight to see a pair of husky little haulers leaving town to the tune of out-of-beat exhausts. When this quirky museum piece with its 6 churning driving wheels was new in 1890, it was considered a Samson of the rails. But that was not enough, even then, and soon 6 drivers grew to 8. Then 8 became 10. As more feet were added to the iron horse, larger cylinders were needed to power them. More steam was needed to work the cylinders, and in this jack-built house on wheels, a larger boiler to supply the steam. More power brought more weight. which, though it aided traction by pressing the drivers to the rail, required more wheels to distribute it. The longer the locomotive grew, the more it became like a centipede with a stiff neck. It had difficulty following tracks that wound with rivers and mountains. Size also was limited by bridges and tunnels designed for the smaller locomotives and cars that had been adequate in the early days. The same problem came up on European railroads. One answer to the power and size spiral was found by a Frenchman, Anatole Mallet. Far from being a comic character, Mallet was a brilliant engineer. In 1889, he built a flexible locomotive. He made 2 short engine units, then joined their frames with a hinge pin. An extra pair of cylinders was added to drive the rear unit. A large boiler completed the design. Voila! The railroad world had here a new and useful piece of equipment. It bent in the middle to take curves freely. Being hinged or articulated, engines could be made longer, with more wheels to distribute the weight that was the partner of power. The first Mallet used in America, one which railroaders affectionately called Old Maud, ran on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. The Virginian and Erie railroads went Mallet one better and built locomotives with 3 engine units, powerful brutes, but steam-hungry and hard to maintain. Mallet engines like Old Maud also were of the economical compound type. They used the steam twice. It came from the boiler first to the rear set of cylinders at high pressure. Then, as it expanded, it passed at lower pressure into a second and larger set before exhausting through the smokestack. In 1918, we put a number of Mallets to work on heavy grades. True to type with bulging front cylinders, these engines did a good job of pulling, but they were slow movers and hard on track. The moving parts of the front units were so large and heavy that at higher speeds the track suffered continuous and devastating hammering. Like most Western railroads, our lines stretch over long distances, and speed is essential to maintain good service. To get both the power and speed we needed, we returned in the mid-20s to the rigid frame engine. The result was the 9000 series, a locomotive of singular design. With 12 coupled driving wheels, it was the largest non-articulated engine ever built. It ran twice as fast as the Mallets, yet used less fuel. The 9000s served well on the plains, where rails curved gently. But in mountain country, where winding tracks resisted stiff-legged engines, their efficiency and power were impaired. So, as early as 1936, using roller bearings and better steels, we revived the articulated type locomotive. The result was the famous Challenger. Unlike the Mallets, the Challengers and their later somewhat refined cousins, the 3900 class, used only high-pressure steam in both sets of equal-sized cylinders. They seemed the final answer to the railroader's dream. But with the threat of World War II, still more was asked of the railroads. A greater hauling capacity was needed, and even these locomotives were found wanting. Big Boy was born of necessity. Now the stretching of the locomotive had reached its maximum. Where the Challengers and 3900s had 2 sets of 6 drivers, Big Boy had 2 groups of 8. Like its forerunners, it had 4-wheeled trucks under the front cylinders to lead it through the curves, and under the cab to support the huge firebox. Whether it was booming along at 80 or drifting easy, Big Boy radiated majesty. Massive and compact, a solid workhorse, yet limber as a trotter, magnificence was paired with performance. The 4000s were the largest and heaviest of their type ever built, 132 feet long, 1.25 million pounds in weight. Every inch of Big Boy had the look of irresistible force. Enough, in fact, to pull a loaded 5.5-mile-long train on level track. Big Boy also furnished power to check the hurtling tons behind it. A common sight on trains descending Sherman Hill was a swirl of smoke streaming from every wheel as the brakes were applied, energized by compressed air from the locomotive. There was a family resemblance about Big Boy and the 3900. Heavy jowled with bulky cylinders, each had a bright eye low on a double chin of air compressors. The bell was a forelock, the pilot like a steel beard. A 3900 carried our familiar shield in the center of its space-like smokebox front, Big Boy below the headlight. A distinguishing feature of this type of articulated locomotive was the reluctant manner in which the long, rigid boiler followed the front free-swinging engine unit around a curve. Mally's first little double-jointed locomotive had come a long way. In fact, all locomotives had long before disproved early 19th century scoffers who had said smooth driving wheels on smooth rails would spin futilely. They hadn't considered adhesion supplied by the engine's weight. Although nearly 3/4 of Big Boy's tonnage was on its 68-inch drivers, tractive power sometimes overcame even this force. Four cylinders, each larger than a 40-gallon oil drum, powered the 16 drivers. Steam at 300 pounds pressure was distributed to the cylinders by valves timed with a mechanical device that created a fascinating counterpoint in motion. The engineer controlled this complicated valve mechanism and could change the direction of travel with an auxiliary machine, the reverse gear. Life in Big Boy began in the firebox, a high-efficiency furnace so large that a human fireman could hardly shovel enough coal into it to make steam for the whistle. A mechanical stoker clawed fuel from the tender, passed it by an Archimedes screw to the firebox, then sewed it across the fire. Within the steel boiler, water circulated around more than a mile of tubes and flues that carried a red-hot hurricane to generate and superheat the steam. With Big Boy's size, 2 stacks were needed. Hoods to deflect the smoke and permit a clear view from the cab often were used by the engineer. Most of a steam locomotive's life was spent in or near its own special den, the roundhouse. Though sturdy and reliable, even Big Boy often needed attention and service. Better than most engines, its availability for pulling trains still was relatively low. The roundhouse rights began at the end of the run when the fire was dumped and the grates cleaned and cooled. A never-ending job was that of removing ashes cleared from Big Boy's garage-sized firebox. Good maintenance required frequent washing to flush away the grit and grease that always gathered on a steam engine. The locomotive first was pushed through a shower, then finished by hand. After a round of inspection that included a search for leaking steam connections, Big Boy was ready for the roundhouse. Once inside, the engine might be there only a few hours while the boiler was emptied and washed. But if heavy repairs were needed, it went to the back shop for perhaps a month, where first it was disassembled with the aid of a heavy-duty crane. One task was fitting Big Boy with new shoes, steel tires for its drivers, a periodic precision job for back shop machinists with special skills and tools. After being machined, the tire was ready for mounting. It had been bored about 1/8 of an inch smaller than the diameter of the wheel center. In a spectacular operation, it was made to fit. Gas flames heated and expanded the tire until it was larger than the wheel. After the tire was driven into place, and before it cooled and shrank to grip the wheel securely, it was gauged for correct position. In another part of the shop, the pipe fitters would be busy with Big Boy's boiler. Tubes and flues, as well as another mile of piping that made up the superheater, often had to be repaired or replaced. There were very few small parts on a 4000. The tools were equally large and heavy, and the work was hard. It was a rare breed who maintained these giants, like the foreman who retired after spending his entire working life in a roundhouse, then returned to visit nearly every day, like the machinist who set valves on Big Boys all day, then spent much of the evening building a model railroad at home. To ready a locomotive for the road, once the fire had been rekindled and the boiler was full of steam, all that remained to be done was to add fuel and water. Into the Elephantine tender were tumbled 28 tons of coal, enough to heat the average house for many seasons. For the thirsty boiler, the 86-ton tender also carried 25,000 gallons of water, more than enough for a good-sized home swimming pool. With a heavy train, a 4000 often went through most of its food and drink within the first half of a 57-mile trip over Sherman Hill. It took many people many hours to return Big Boy to the job of moving freight over the main line. Standing docile as the running orders were read, only the quick-breathing fire, the droning generator, and the clanking, wheezing air pumps bespoke its latent power. But once the engineer on his hero throne had cracked the throttle to start the tons a-rolling, it took some doing to hold Big Boy back. Big Boy was a king of the rails who came to life in a fusion of steam and steel. He proclaimed his presence with a rhythmic cough and a throaty cry, belching smoke and trailing steam. He pounded through his domain with a flashing and spinning of rods and wheels. His was an awesome majesty, but he was the last of his line to be toppled by new monarchs of the track. In the 18 years that the big boys reigned, they ran up a total of nearly 26 million miles, hauling billions of tons of freight as prime movers along our wartime lifeline, later carrying the goods of peace and a rising economy. During his final years, Big Boy made his last stand on a short but busy section of our main line, tough, demanding Sherman Hill. And then it was only during the annual fall rush, a few weeks a year. Even as the last wisps of steam were vanishing from railroading's yesterday, Big Boy's successors were ushering in a speed and space-hungry era. He gave way as electronics, jet power, and the atom were put to work on the Iron Trail. So Big Boy marked the end of big steam railroading in the West. He was not abandoned because he failed at what he was designed to do, but because a more efficient breed of iron horse appeared in the evolution of railroad locomotives. The vital link between East and West that was forged with steam engines is made even stronger today with modern motive power. The day has no end for the railroad, but whatever locomotive progress shall put at the head of tomorrow's train, the rumble and roar of Big Boy will seem still to echo from the high country of southern Wyoming.
Three more to go.
Railroad progress. Progress that reaches from coast to coast, keeping pace with the growing needs of a great nation. Progress is writing a new chapter in railroad transportation. New comforts, conveniences, dependability, safety. Every year, millions of Americans travel billions of miles on the railroads, enjoying this relaxed and tension-free way to journey, enjoying the safety and certainty which the railroads bring to everyone's travel planning, regardless of winds, the weather, or visibility. There are extra comforts, too. Air-conditioned coaches, master bedrooms, each with a private bath, meals prepared by expert chefs, electro-pneumatic doors, which open at a touch, public telephones. From certain trains, you can telephone your home or your office as readily as from the corner drugstore. And still more improvements and greater comforts are on the way. So take a look into the past to remind ourselves of railroad travel in times gone by. In the year 1850, this was Coach Travel Deluxe. This locomotive, made in England, was aptly named the John Bull. Powerful for its day, it consumed a lot of wood, had a big appetite. The train crew and the passengers often had to stop along the way to restock the woodpile. To put the brakes on, the engineer only had to holler his head off to the brakeman in his shelter on top of the tender. Yes, this is how the Iron Horse got its start. Today, the modern Iron Horse numbers in the thousands. From one part of the country to another, freight and passenger trains are hauled by powerful locomotives. This one, a twin-unit diesel, delivers 3,700 horsepower. Every locomotive, whether diesel, steam, or electric, comes in for a checkup after every trip. Let's go along. We'll find progress here, too. The workmen and technicians take over. Some inspect and service the undercarriage of trucks. Others attend the big diesel engines. The diesel engines turn the generators, which make the power for the electric motors which drive the locomotive. And to service this equipment requires expert knowledge of engine maintenance and of new devices, like this relay for the cab signals, and this governor of the speed control. Inside the cab of a diesel, we can see a few of the many modern devices which aid the locomotive engineer. These are the cab signals. They reproduce the wayside signals. In fair weather or foul, in sleet or fog, our engineer knows at all times the conditions ahead. This duplication of the wayside signals on the cab signals is accomplished by electric impulses flowing through the rails. Right now, the signal in the cab reads clear. But let's assume the next wayside signal shows a less favorable indication requiring a reduction in speed. The instant our locomotive passes this next signal, its indication is picked up by the cab signals. It is less favorable, and so a warning whistle sounds. And, cautioned by ear as well as by eye, our engineer reduces speed. These are his controls: the throttle and the air brake. And their function is obvious. What is not readily apparent is that these locomotives are equipped with speed control, which automatically slows down the locomotive and stops it if the engineer should fail to obey the signals. Just imagine if you had such a device in your automobile. You would never get a ticket for speeding. Here's how it works. Let's suppose our engineer is proceeding under a signal like this one, which indicates a clear track ahead. Now a less favorable signal appears, instructing him to slow down and prepare to stop. Our engineer has 6 seconds to take action. If he fails to act, the automatic speed control takes over and stops his train. But seeing is believing, so we'll take a demonstration ride. It's raining, but visibility, good or bad, has no effect on the cab signals and speed control. The cab signal indicates we may proceed at 30 miles per hour, no more, and be prepared to stop at the next signal. Our engineer knows we are going to demonstrate the automatic speed control. Like all engineers, he knows every foot of the railroad in his territory, knows exactly the location of every switch and signal. Here goes the signal change to restricting, which in railroad language means slow down and be prepared to stop. Our engineer acknowledges the warning whistle, but otherwise he purposely takes no action. There goes the automatic speed control. Down, down goes our speed to a stop. Another feature of this safety device is this tape, which furnishes a graphic record of the actual speeds maintained during the entire trip. This point on the tape shows the stop we just made when we demonstrated the automatic speed control. Now we are underway again, and others along the line, too, are reporting and recording our progress. Listen.
Mifflin Signal Tower calling engine 5863 West. Over.
Engine 5863 West, answering Mifflin Signal Tower. Over. You seem to have made an unscheduled stop. Over. Yes, I've been demonstrating the automatic speed control. We have some moving picture fellas with us. We'll be passing your tower in about 2 minutes. Over.
The radio telephone has added to railroad safety and efficiency. Installed in passenger train locomotives as well as in freight locomotives, it furnishes a constant link of communication between engine and signal towers along the route, from one train to another, and between locomotive engineer and crew members riding the caboose. Another safety device, the dragging equipment detector. This device is tied in with the signaling system. If it were broken by anything dragging over it, its braking will cause a stop signal to be displayed ahead of the train. Work on rail and roadbed is another chapter in railroad progress. Pulling spikes, driving spikes, taking up on bolts and nuts, adjusting rails, tamping ballast. All these are important steps in maintaining a safe roadbed for a smoother, more comfortable ride. But it takes the know-how of trained men and a lot of special machinery and equipment. Here is a whole train of specialized equipment for cleaning ballast. A good, safe roadbed depends on clean ballast to provide proper drainage. So these big diggers pick up the ballast for a thorough cleaning. The clean ballast is returned to the track by the machine. This kind of attention to roadbed maintenance is a year-round job for many similar crews, constantly at work on the thousands of miles of trackage in the system. And these thousands of miles get a regular checkup, too. This rail detector car X-rays the rails. An electric current can ferret out a possible defect in the rail long before it is visible to the human eye or troublesome to safe operation. Whenever this machine reports something suspicious, the rail is carefully marked so that the maintenance crew following along can replace it with the new one. Still another forward stride is this man-made valley. This huge cut, and others like it, were sliced out of the mountains near Steubenville, Ohio. It is one of many road improvements being carried out to keep ahead of the ever-expanding needs of industry and commerce. This new route eliminates 4 tunnels, like this one, moving today's bigger cars and bigger loads without time lost in transit. An important service and economy provided by a system that handles more than 2,000 freight trains every 24 hours. More and more freight trains are hauled by powerful multiple-unit diesel locomotives. Their greater flexibility of operation has made an important contribution to railroad progress, so that today no other means of transportation can equal, over long hauls, the economies and speed of freight. The call for increased facilities, for more rolling stock, is something the railroad anticipates. This reserve capacity is being increased. New freight cars are coming off the line in ever-growing numbers. Hopper cars, boxcars, flat cars, roomier passenger cars, more luxurious appointments, more of the things that make railroad travel enjoyable, even buying your ticket and making a reservation. Here at Pennsylvania Station, New York,
you will find a device we all have wished for. A device to speed our reservation.
Yes, on the Broadway Limited to Chicago, leaving next Monday, a bedroom.
Your ticket clerk simply dials a number, and a new kind of recording machine tells him instantly what kind of space is still available. Listen.
Broadway Limited Monday, space still available. Roomettes, one drawing room, bedroom.
Yes, there is a bedroom available. Let's see how fast this reservation is put through. On this box, the ticket clerk sets certain dials. And then, presto, a message giving date, destination, and space desired goes out by wire and is received in the reservation department. At the same time, an electric file is set in motion, which finds the correct space index drawer, brings it out automatically for the reservation clerk. The transaction is then confirmed by telewriter. This new system is now being installed in many of the principal cities along this railroad. Yes, there is always something new coming along in railroading. New services, new conveniences for millions of Americans, old and young, eager to travel, eager to ride on some of these famous trains. The Broadway, the Spirit of St. Louis, the Trailblazer, the Iron City Express, the Pittsburgher and the Cleveland, the Statesman and the Senator, the American, the Jeffersonian, the Liberty Limited, the Congressional, the safe way, the sure to go and sure to get there way, to see America and to see our nation's capital.
Alright guys, we're down to our last 2 videos on the DVD and then we'll be done.
You're a rugged mass of molded steel. You're an intricate web of precision-tested gears and wheels. You're a Hercules, Atlas, Samson, Goliath, and then some. You've the power of a cavalry charge under your hood. You're a locomotive. These are the trains you haul, passenger and freight. To a future engineman, dreaming of his railroad world, you're a model engine on the living room track. Or just a page in his picture book. But in the grown-up world, you're the backbone of the America you helped to make. The America that helped make you. You're the link between the rolling countryside and the busy city. You're the heart of every railroad train. Your veins are the endless miles of track. Your home is a vast yard of trains, track, and steel wheels rolling. That's you, locomotive. Railroad men call you a GG1, but you're just plain electric to me. Your day is a busy one. The men who handle you in the yards are called hostlers. And here's your hostler taking you to the sand house early in the morning. There they load you with the sand you need for traction when you start up from a dead stop. Here it is, shooting between wheel and track. inspection pit, where you get your regular safety check. Your couplers are inspected. They must be powerful, able to haul hundreds of tons. You've got the strongest handshake in the world. Your hostler keeps you moving. It's over to the fueling station next, so you can take on fuel and water. Yes, that's a woman working on you. Women came to work on the railroad during World War II, and they're still at it. Now you're off to the beauty parlor. You want to look your best for the children of all ages who'll wave at you as you roll by. Curved platforms swing into place, the gates close on you, and men go over you with powerful detergents. Your power is off, and a pusher, known in railroad language as a pig or Barney, starts you on your way. Railroad men call it the cleanest pig in the world, and it's certainly the strongest. Giant brushes tickle your sides, loosening the dirt. Whirligigs spray jets of steam and hot water to remove grease from the wheels, journals, springs, and underframes. A final spray of fresh water rinses you thoroughly. Housekeeping is a daily routine on the cars you'll pull. Now you're ready for the daily run. That mechanism on top of you is called a pantograph. It contacts the overhead wires, giving you electric energy for power. You'll need plenty of that for your day's work. There's a celebrity on the track today. It's the President's special car, a familiar sight at whistle stops all over the country. There's the seal of the President of the United States. This car was specially built for Franklin D. Roosevelt. Later used by Harry S. Truman and Dwight D. Eisenhower, it has built-in loudspeakers above the rear platform. Maybe someday you'll pull the presidential train. A special honor for a locomotive. Before leaving the yard, your train is loaded with food for hungry passengers. Here, the steward checks the cargo to see that everything is in apple pie order. Railroad diners serve 15 million people across the nation each year. The food and service is of the finest quality, unsurpassed anywhere. The diner. Nothing could be finer than dinner in the diner. With a flip of the switch, you're off to the laundry.
Here you'll pick up clean tablecloths, napkins, and bed linen. Look at the size of that machine. It's big enough for 2 months of Mom's laundry. Now you're ready to leave the yard. Leave home and go out into the big, wide world. You go under New York's famed East River and tunnel below the United Nations building, the capital of the world, to the busy terminal where passengers are anxiously awaiting you. The railroads carry upwards of 500 million passengers annually. At the terminal, countless taxicabs unload their own cargoes daily. They feed you baggage and passengers from all over the city. This is the terminal. People from all walks of life come through here. Many a worldly traveler has trod its worn floors. Many a serviceman has kissed his sweetheart under that clock. Railroading is people, too. Enginemen and trainmen. The famed Red Cap. The Pullman porter, the friendliest guy who ever made down a berth. The conductor is in charge of the train. Now you're ready. All aboard? You're off through the inky black tunnel. Here's an engineman's view of the early morning haze and dust. The engineman is wise in the ways of trains. His entire life is devoted to railroading. You're out on the flat meadows of New Jersey, the Garden State, highballing your way down to the nation's capital. You hit speeds of 80 miles an hour with almost 1,200 tons at your back. You've got 18 cars loaded with passengers. Under the engineman's sure, steady hand, you'll find the way. Track maintenance is a never-ending task requiring armies of men working constantly. You pass a ballast tamper working along the track. It packs the gravel firmly under the ties to ensure a smooth ride. Notice how it moves slowly in sections like a big, clumsy caterpillar? This is a work car. These men are replacing high-tension wire that feeds electricity to your pantograph. They work surely and expertly. Their work is dangerous, but their high degree of skill always sees them through. Further along the way, there are the Gandy dancers, who replace worn-out ties and make repairs on the roadbed. Their foreman signals your approach, and they clear the track so you can come through. You know this countryside like a book, and so does your engineman. His timing is so accurate, he can set his watch by the landmark he's passing. Here's a spot where you slow down. It's a bridge crossing the Susquehanna River. In Washington's day, they had to row across. That signal tells the engineman it's a clear track ahead. Now your destination is in sight. Washington, D.C. See the Capitol in the distance? They switch you into the terminal and your cargo of people to trains. It's the end of the journey, another chapter in the story of America. A story of a nation made great with the help of the railroads in the undying tradition of Jefferson. Washington. Lincoln, who wrote the Gettysburg Address on a train. All the presidents who have served us so well in the White House. And the great statesmen whose voices have echoed in the halls of the Capitol. Yes, you're a locomotive. You're a railroader, part of the heartbeat of America, the very foundation of its vital transportation system. You haul the heavy freight and the crack passenger trains. You're the keystone of the nation's economy. You're a locomotive. On wheels of steel, you do the job.
Alright, we are down to the final episode of our DVD.
Here was the United States 100 years ago, a new nation of vast distances where opportunity awaited those who had the courage and initiative to seize it. In the 1840s and 50s, this young America was extending its boundaries across the continent. New lands were acquired, new territories were opened, new frontiers were established. No question of America's bigness in those early years. But that very bigness had in it the weakness that threatened the economic hopes of our young nation. What good were these new hopes that beckoned across almost endless stretches of land when our people could reach them only by travel on horseback or covered wagon trains across vast prairies? The rigors of stagecoach travel on washed-out trails, or the slow, tedious journeys down rivers and canals. As in every period of crisis in the economic growth of America, men of enterprise and foresight arose to meet the challenge. They built the railroads, a new form of transportation that saw shining rails supplant the tortuous trails of the wagon train, and engines of steam carry people and goods on a silver highway that was destined to lead America to industrial greatness. The railroad reached into every corner of the land. It provided a growing America with a spark to light the torch of progress. It was the dynamic force needed to transform a vigorous, sprawling country into a rich and powerful nation. New inventions spurred the continuing advance of our industrial needs, and in the vanguard of these achievements was the automobile. The early horseless carriage gave little indication of the tremendous popularity it was to enjoy, or the vital effect it was to have on the American way of existence. The roads and streets that had served the horse and carriage soon became inadequate to meet the demands of automobile travel. The passing years brought successive road building programs initiated at local, state, and national levels. As roads were built, the number of motor vehicles using these roads increased at an accelerated pace. Today, we are still faced with the need for safer, better highways to support our motorized economy. One segment of that economy, the rising industry of motor freight carriers, has a particular interest in adequate highways because it depends on them for the speed and efficiency of its operations. The number of these highway freight carriers and the number of vehicles they operate also have steadily increased, brought about largely through the building of new plants in outlying sections of industrial areas where direct rail service is not readily available. Of course, the motorist feels that he too has more than a passing interest in the cost and upkeep of our highway system.
Yet really adequate highways and access routes are a long way from reality. Here is an extreme example. The road is blocked. Traffic is at a standstill. Here is another road, a railroad. One of its characteristics is excess capacity, the ability to take on more of the transportation load. Both railroad men and representatives of common carrier trucking companies believe our transportation system will benefit by putting trucks on that steel highway and carrying them between cities on railway flat cars. And what flat cars? Giant new 75-footers that carry 2 large trailers each. Yes, piggyback is what the railroad and progressive trucking companies are offering to the traffic manager with a job of transportation on his hands. And it isn't a new, untried idea. As long back as the last century, the Long Island Railroad brought in wagon loads of potatoes on flat cars. Look closely, and you'll see that the horses rode in boxcars on the same train. This new type of service soon spread to other railroads, and in the years that followed, piggyback transport received great impetus. Some railroads offering this type of service have used and still use their own truck trailers. But the most dramatic recent growth has been in the type of piggyback transport available to common carrier truckers, as exemplified by the Pennsylvania Railroad's truck train service. Here on America's largest railroad, the future of truck train may well be determined. And just what is truck train? Well, for a first-hand look at this most recent step in the progress of American transportation, let's make the trip on a fast freight truck train. Our trip starts at the shipper's plant. This particular truck is carrying merchandise from Chicago to New York. The driver picks it up as per instructions, and after sealing the door of the van, he begins the journey across Chicago to the railroad yards in the south side of the city. The terminal point in Chicago, as in most large cities, is accessible from many different routes. This advantage enables the driver to use such roads and streets as are less likely to be congested with traffic. Upon arrival at the yard, the trailer is driven onto a scale, where it is weighed to make certain it conforms to the required standards. It is also checked for height. A steel band is placed across the doors. And while the driver checks the trailer in, the steel band is sealed in place. Having obtained his receipt for the shipment, the driver moves his truck out promptly to make room for the next arrival. As his last part in the operation, the driver takes his trailer to the loading yard located on railroad property. In this area, he parks it close to the ramp among other trailers waiting to be loaded. The driver leaves his trailer and returns to the trucking company. Flat cars are specially built for this service, each one large enough to hold 2 big trailers. Now, another driver hooks up to our trailer. He is a specialist in loading the trailer onto the flat cars and will place the trailer on the string of cars assigned to carry it to its destination. His trained eye heads it up the ramp straight for the bridging plates to the flat cars. Then down along between the limits of the flat car railings. The tires roll straight to their mark. Wheel chocks are immediately placed to prevent movement of the trailer. And special supporting jacks are swung into position while retaining chains are tightened. Regular truck tractors may be used to load the trailers, or they may have the newly developed twin steering wheel. This enables the driver to look straight ahead of him, regardless of the direction in which he is traveling. Once more, a trailer travels with precision down the waiting line of flat cars. retaining chain firmly grips the heavy guardrail as other wheel chocks slide snugly to the tires. With swift efficiency, the loading team is soon ready to move on to the next arrival. For at loading time, the trailers pour in a steady stream. Before the train departs from the loading track, every trailer is examined to make sure it is securely in place. It is late Saturday afternoon in Chicago as this fast freight train pulls out eastbound for New York via Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Out of Chicago through the night, rolling across Indiana, and then into Ohio and across Pennsylvania, headed for Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and New York. Clear track ahead on its own all-weather roadway. Long before dawn on Monday, arrival in Jersey City of this train that left Chicago late Saturday. 900 miles in transit. Early second morning arrival and cargo ready for delivery at final destination on the East Coast. The trailers are released from their moorings and wheel chocks. Away they go to their various delivery points in New York and other cities. Let's follow ours on the last lap of its journey. Here it is at the receiving platform of the consignee in New York and ready for unloading. The last step in Operation Truck Train. What we have just seen is the merging of public service by the railroad and the common carrier truck. What are the benefits? Joint participation enables the trucking company to concentrate its employees on sales and service in a terminal area, and permits the railroad to assume the responsibilities of the fast, long-haul operations which characterize truck train service. It thus strengthens two segments of our important common carrier system. In like manner, it enables trucking company personnel and railroad employees to share in a growing form of transportation, with increasing opportunities as this type of freight shipment serves more and more terminal points, carries more and more trailers, and an increasing variety of goods. To the shipper, truck train service offers still another form of transportation competing for his business, one with obvious advantages to meet his needs for fast, high-quality service on a large scale. To all interested in the adequacy of our highway system, this form of transportation offers the possibility that, as it grows, it will contribute in some measure to lessening the burden on our road system of steadily mounting over-the-road motor traffic. For the railroads offer clear passage on their own roadway. On this roadway, day and night, in good weather and bad, truck train traffic is scheduled and routed to provide high-speed, dependable transportation service. These, then, are some of the benefits flowing from the present trend toward shipment of trailers on rail. Benefits that will become even greater as this new type of freight transport develops in range and scope. In effect, a cooperative working arrangement between the railroads and the trucking companies of America. It is in the true spirit of the opening of new frontiers that has made ours a great nation. It is true progress in transportation, progress that will help all of us.
All right. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen. That includes part 2 outlet of the light dream here. Before we go outlet, I didn't want to let everybody know outlet. I hope you guys did enjoy part 1 and also part 2 outlet of Railroad Track Across America outlet. It was the best DVD outlet of all time outlet. And now we did total of 4 DVD videos. Well, actually 5, of course, because we did part 1, part 2 of this. So, and we did all 4 of these, But before I end this live stream, and I know all of you did seen the comment I put in the live stream here, in the chat. I did tell you all, to vote on what next DVD that you guys want me to upload, want me to put on DVD next, and I have the vote, and I do have the vote already here. Let me just go ahead and turn the TV down so all you can hear me, Anyway, all of you decided to vote it for the next train DVD video, for the next train DVD for me to film right here, and the winner was you guessed it, Tom Hank, the Polar Brett 2004, when today winner, so that will be the next topic, DVD live stream, that is gonna be happening, so Tom Hank, the Polar Brett 2004, is had win with 100% so that will be the next topic, for the live DVD stream, So anywho, that is all I got to talk about right now. I'll see you all later. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a great night. For now, that is Hutchinson Kansas Real Damn Buttons here on YouTube.